And he came back and people were eating them, and they didn't realise that it was human.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Part of me really wants to go to Auschwitz, and part of me's like, I think I know enough.
Why is there a
that it was
Nazi
horrific.
symbol on there? It's going on
Kieran drew
YouTube, guys. Fuck's sake.
Kieran drew it.
Get my account banned.
Demonetized. Not that it make any money. No, it's Tom. And then I started talking about shit. Okay.
Also, it wasn't a swastika.
Blame Tom for the Nazis. Why don't you?
I learned a new word today. Well, fake word. Veraboo. Someone who really likes Nazi Germany. Like a weeaboo, but a Veraboo.
That's amazing.
Funny.
I don't get it.
Because the Wehrmacht's like the army.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Because you meant to say it Wehrmacht. But it's Wehrmacht. Anyway. Are we all ready?
Yes. Sort of.
You don't sound very ready to me.
I said yes.
Well, no one else did.
What, do I get anything?
No.
I'm ready. I'm eating grub.
Okay. And you said, yeah, okay. I guess we are then, unless Hannah's internet's been poop.
Diligence is chowing down on some raptor nuggets.
Yeah. I'll just amble through the what happened last time. So, what happened last time was that you started after you defeated Crag of a Slammer, the easy fight, which wasn't meant to be, and beyond his little domain, there was a locked door which led to a very exquisite library which looked completely unmolested by the bugbears. He found a load of magical scrolls. Ember also managed to trigger all of the animated books, and I remember she got knocked unconscious. Oh no, did she? She did get knocked unconscious from it. But you managed to fight those off relatively easily. You wended your way upstairs, or wound your way upstairs, to find the top of the tower was decorated with all these figures from like the Chosen of Mystra. And you found a puzzle which lay before you, which was mainly sort of a Venn diagram, which tested whether you could work out well, I don't know. It opened the door anyway, and then you had to solve a few riddles to get into the vault itself, where you found some very unique and exquisite items, especially Diligence, who found out she was Chosen of Mystra. So that's all very nice. Lucille was a bit disappointed. Pierre got a really cool cape from somewhere. I can't remember where.
Oh, yeah.
I think he found a ring of spell storing that had Awaken in it.
Oh, yeah.
And then he had something else as well. So I think we ended last time where I think Diligence has just gone out and talked to Lucille, but you've got most of the day ahead of you. It's really windy outside at the moment, and you're still at the top of the tower.
You know, I
It's
learned
about
the other
midday.
day. I learned that rules as written, when you copy a spell scroll into your book, you have to make an Arcana check to see if it works.
Shit.
I didn't know that.
That's because none of us have ever done it before, right?
They did it.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Why say that?
It is right here. If it's on a, it's only if it's on a higher level than you normally cast. There you go. If that posted, I don't know if it did. Because it's all greyed out for me for some reason.
Anything either.
Probably lagging. I am lagging real bad.
We will oh, there it is. Of a higher level that you can normally cast. So you don't have to do it if it's one that
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense.
I just didn't know that.
No, neither did I.
Not I.
So, what are you all doing after these events have unfolded? It's about midday. You can see outside that it's here that encompasses the whole tower.
What time is it?
About midday.
Midday.
We've got what we came here for, right?
I think so.
Not that we knew it was here, but
How
you-
long how does it take to get to the bit where we rested before?
You rested in here, didn't you? Oh, you mean?
I mean,
I don't know.
outside.
we rested in the library, which is just downstairs.
But I think Hannah means on your way there. You rested.
Yeah.
Oh,
You might not have.
We don't. We run.
No, because you went slower, didn't you? So you did rest.
yeah,
Yeah.
I did, yeah.
So back to Fort Champion. It's about 25 miles, which I think is right on the edge of what you can travel.
We probably just want to do the same again and just travel back slow and then.
Yeah. Oh, she's looking up the dragons.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think we probably start travelling back then, right? I don't think there's anything else that looks like there's anything
Unless,
else in here.
Unless Diligence wanted to look at the books some more.
I think she's certainly interested in the books. I know I chucked a couple into my inventory already. Boog.
I will tell you, because you got that nat 20 on looking around the room.
Oh yeah.
You found probably everything that that you're most interested to in there. I mean,
Okay.
you can go through the books again, but you're relying on my imagination of coming up names.
Oh, let's go! I think
hours of that.
I think she'd be fine for that. With that, I think she's getting a bit worried about the Raidra stuff, and definitely wants to check back into Champion. She wants to talk to some authority figures, get their opinions on their headband. Speaking of which, does it come off? Can she take it off?
If you unattune it, you can. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
So one thing I will tell you, because I worked out the dates, that the date that Raidra is expected to go there is the 6th of Flame Rule. At the moment, it's the 28th of Kythorn, so it's like a few days, like 8 days.
Okay.
Hmm.
I see no reason to stick around.
No. I think we're good.
Yeah, so you're travelling back
I think so, yeah.
at a slow pace.
Yeah, we might as well. And we can use stealth.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So I'll move you to the map. So this whole day you can travel. What is it? 18 miles.
You get to about there-ish.
Yeah. Use the yeah. I'll move you to that. So, whilst you're travelling back, can someone do perception checks and other people and someone else do a survival check if you're being particularly.
Can we use stealth
Careful.
checks?
Yeah, if you want. If you're trying to be stealthy.
You might as well. We're moving
Yeah.
slow. Yeah, that was good.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'll do 1%. Here we go.
I can do survival if people want me to. I got +3. If anyone else has got better,
I think
No,
June has
same.
4, doesn't she?
possibly.
June!
What?
What's your perception modifier, June?
+4, yeah.
Better roll a perception check then, June.
June.
Not if you keep saying it like that, June.
June. And stealth as well, love, because we're being
I've
stealthy.
already done stealth. Got 14.
Oh yeah, very nice. Good job, June.
Right, so
I assume that your perception is the same as persuasion.
Oh yeah, well it's +4 as well, so I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
just have a look at this. Stealth. Okay. So as you're nearing sort of towards the end of your travels, Ember, you can hear some sort of cawing, like screeching coming from the sort of west of you.
Oh, shit.
Can
Definitely point it out.
you do a nature check to see if you can tell what it is?
Come on, roll. Oh.
Whatever it is, Ember, you think it's very, very large.
Yeah. I think there's something big coming. Well, you know, maybe it's flying away. I don't know.
Not another dragon, I hope.
Well, if it's a dragon, then it might be quite sick.
Sick?
Yeah, it's kind of screechy, you know, like a sore throat.
Perhaps.
And with how Jane did the is that her survival check, the persuasion?
Oh. Huh?
Who
Oh,
did the
no.
survival?
Oh, no. That was what Tom told me to do. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought June was doing perception.
Oh no, that was.
Oh, no.
No, it's
I
fine.
also
It's fine,
rolled
Anya.
persuasion instead of perception, so that's fucking good.
It
wasn't
works out the same. Because you're leading the group, walking through, you actually get a mile less far this day. Seeing as you're
Nice.
probably a bit tired, you've picked the wrong trails to lead. But you feel quite well hidden overall. And you would make it to your camp, passing the coring as well. Maybe if you roll low on your perception checks, they would have seen you. But you have no idea what they were, so that's fine. I assume you'd be trying to find somewhere to make camp for the night.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think on the way, like Pierre would be, like kind of talking to Diligence about how she feels about the mistress stuff. I think he'd say something like he'd like sidle up to her and he's like, "So, my best friend, a chosen of Mistra. What do you think, old Bobby and the crew would think of that?"
I'm not sure Bobby would know who Mistra is, really.
Fair point.
It's very strange, Pierre. I feel like it's been thrust upon me more than anything else. I feel bad for... She nods towards Lucille.
Yes, she'll get over it. She's a strong girl.
At time.
I'm more worried about. Well, I mean, I'm excited for you, of course. But I know what this army's like, and you know how they put you through their trials. I imagine once they figure this out, your responsibility levels will only increase. They'll expect more of you.
It's possible. I think more the war wizards might want me to. I don't even know. We know about Storm Silverface.
Storm
Silverhand.
Silverhand, yeah.
We know about Storm Silverhand. Feels like there's an expectation. I have always been very fond of Mistra's teachings and the openness by which she goes about practicing and demonstrating magic. What she encourages in people, but I just have no idea what it means for me now. What will the master say? What will the Chevrolet say? Will
Well-
they say anything? Will I point to my little fancied... She like points at the headband. And they'll just shrug and say, off you go to kill some more gnolls or talking raptors or what have you?
Well, assuming they take it seriously, which I imagine they probably will, then, in my eyes, they're going to look at you not like a person, but simply a tool. That's what these army types are like. It's what the higher-ups of our society are all like. I'm excited for you, Liana. I truly am, but I also worry. I do not wish to see a friend messed up in this bureaucracy of war.
I appreciate that, Pierre. It is strange. You're usually the one being called a tool.
He chuckles and then kind of raises an eyebrow. He's like, Liana, I'm rubbing off on you.
I hope not. That sounds disgusting.
Oh, I'm sure Joan wouldn't mind. And he kind of looks over in the distance. And then winks at Diligence.
Well, whatever happens, I will only trust those who have earned my trust. For better or for worse, this has been connected to me, not to the army or anyone else. Just got to take my time and think it all through.
Of course, and whilst I say I worry, I must admit, Liana, you're the smartest person I've ever met. If anyone was going to be the chosen of Mistra, then I am. The reason I'm so excited and not worried would be that I trust you to handle it better than anyone.
Thank you, Pierre. We shall see. One thing at a time. We've got to worry about what's going on with Raedra. Don't forget after the
course.
message, they're preparing their defenses back at Champion.
Yes, part of me still thinks we should encourage the men to move to Fortress Guac or something more defensible.
It's a possibility.
I mean,
I don't know.
anything's better than that tiny encampment. The walls look like they're about to fall over themselves, let alone with a dragon attack.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
I do not trust Raedra, though. I hope you know that.
I do.
Well, I trust you. So, if you trust
Okay.
her, then that's enough for me.
No, I don't. I don't trust her. I mean, I know you do. You don't trust her. I've got so much to think about now. I've got work to do, and she'd like tap the bag with all the scrolls in. Got a lot to think about. Everyone has at the moment. We got to think about what our next mission will be.
Of course.
People were keen on the old jelly cave.
Well, as exciting as it sounds, I am not. Perhaps it would be safer there than for Champion.
Diligence, a nature or yeah. See what you know about jellies.
16.
They come in a variety of flavours.
Well, I think what you've had Clodo say, he has made the cave sound like they're not normal jellies. You might expect something a bit more exotic there.
Mhm.
And with that, I'll let you roll a religion check, but it's a very high DC.
Oh,
See if you know what they're connected to.
she is not proficient in religion.
No.
5.
You're just like, jellies? You're like, I don't know, we might just assume that they're natural beings in the world, or they're not really touched by any deity or anything like that. We just don't really know.
Yeah, I think Diligence has a sort of pet love for drawing all sorts of exotic and interesting creatures, but I don't think jellies would have caught her interest. I think she's a bit more of the classic, oh, dragons are awesome kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mackie would love her. Yes, well,
Yeah.
let us focus on getting to Fort Champion first. For all we know, a white dragon might swoop down and gobble us up.
And what kind of breath would the white dragon have, Pierre?
Well, yes, I'm going to do a nature check. Let's see if Pierre knows.
Yeah,
Well,
you would?
of course they blast frost, don't they?
I do.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to need to make the questions harder. Keep you learning.
To be fair, that's the easiest one to remember. You know, white,
Yes.
frost, cold.
True.
I got more brain on me than you think, Miss Liana.
Yes, usually from breaking open goblin heads.
Precisely.
Would Joan or Ember be doing anything on the way back?
No.
Just resist just to set everything on fire.
Yeah, it would. I think it'd be much more difficult today, like, because if you even did like spark, you just see the wind like blow it away from your hand.
Oh, she
know-
loves it when it's windy. It makes it even better. Bigger, brighter.
Yeah, it's true, but slanty.
Slanty and uncontrollable.
True.
Is
I'm
anybody else
imagine-
starting to think Hannah might be a pyromaniac?
Yeah. I'm imagining Ember like crooked over like a smoker trying to get their lighter to work, just like covering it
Yeah.
with their hand.
Maybe a little bit.
Right. So
think-
after, yeah, go on.
Sorry, I think Pierre would say to Liana again, or maybe after in a sort of different conversation, he would say...
While they're at camp, once they've settled down.
Possibly, yeah. I think he would say, like, maybe, like, while sort of serving up dinner, you might just sort of sit down next to her and say, so you've been with this little band of fellows now for well, since what happened, and what do you make of them? I'm curious of your opinion.
I think you have a special bunch here, Pierre. I think Madame Afas has something truly... Well, I'm going to speak to her about how it is to be a chosen one. Let's say that much from what I've seen. Her piety, her devotion, her understanding of her deity. It's impressive and the kind of thing that can inspire zealotry in others if needed. Can be a very powerful factor in war. I think Ember is perhaps the most talented spellcaster I've ever seen.
I would not disagree with you on that.
It scares me, but I think her joy, enjoyment of it actually works in her favor. It runs against pretty much every instinct. As a trained wizard I have, but it seems to work.
Sometimes those chaotic pleasures are precisely what one needs. And channeling the arcane is when you've seen myself.
Indeed. I think she just has a different way of seeing things, and that is always valuable.
I've been thinking about, religion and the gods, I suppose, since Toby. I've never had much. I always said the gods had more faith in me than I did in them.
Yes, this was after you stole money from the collection plate at the...
Well, it was just they left it out there. They're just asking for it to be stolen. I'm simply, just reminding them. That's all. He kind of has a grin, but it's kind of, I think Liana would be able to spot, it's kind of tainted with a slight hint of shame.
Yeah. What are you thinking now, Pierre?
I don't know. I don't like the thought of my lack of trust in the gods would doom those around me or bring those down around me. I worry that I may have tainted Toby's chance to... He kind of raises a glass slightly, to be reunited with whatever deity saw him as their child.
Would you know which one it is, Pierre?
I mean, he knows Toby pretty well, but Lewis cannot remember.
Would Toby have told him?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Probably in an angry manner if Pierre was like teasing him, watching him do some worship, and he's just like, shut up.
It probably would have been Scorius Stonebones, who is a titan worshipped by the god of the stone giants.
Oh, yeah.
He believed in the religion of the stone giants, would you believe it? Not exactly common worship.
Not at all. I'm not that familiar. Well, I wouldn't place too much importance on what you were doing, Pierre. Toby was often a private man. He was exacting in what he did. I'm sure he kept good faith with his worship.
What if I worry that, maybe he smiles and says, "You know, Meliana, I'm the most important person in the room, as far as I'm concerned. But, I worry how I may influence Silver Tongue and all." He kind of looks down again into his drink, into his glass.
Diligence would kind of like slightly over the top tap her chin a little bit and be like, yes, a difficult one. And then she'd put the palms of her hands together and bathe into existence through her minor conjuration a really comically oversized helmet, like a wooden helmet, and plonk it on Pierre's head and just goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, Pierre. I was trying to think of how big your head is, and, well, this is what I came up with." And she'd kind of stand up and bop him on the head with her fist a bit in the helmet and just say, "You have a good heart, Pierre. Otherwise I would have called you out on it a long time ago. You're not a bad influence at all. You give people a little spark of joy when they've just spent hours worshipping whatever they have to worship. Don't worry about it."
He kind of looks up sincerely at her and he's like, "I think I needed to hear that. You always know when to say the right things, Liana.
Oh, you've just never caught me saying the wrong things.
True. Well, I
She'd
imagine a mind like that could be all up to all sorts of nefarious things when I'm not looking.
Mm. We're very nefarious, aren't we, Chatterpie? Chatterpie would squawk, and she'd do a squawk back with her staff.
He kind of looks to Chatterpie and he says, I'll let you know if there's any collection, judge collection we can dig into. And he winks at Chatterpie.
You'd see like a little shake of the tail.
Oh, Chatterpie. So, are you resting here for the night? Are you trying to find a place away from the wind?
I think we probably would try and find a place away from the wind. Maybe try and find like a small cave or something, or a small like, cliff.
Mm.
Is it like howling, Kieran?
It's probably just howling. It'd be really uncomfortable staying in it all night. It might affect your sleep if
Yeah, we couldn't get a fire going either, could we? Probably just gonna get
not
blown
unless
out.
it was very sheltered. No.
Yeah.
Ember's like, challenge accepted.
Ooh, the fire.
Yeah, I think we try and find somewhere for sure.
Yeah. Pierre's
Okay.
happy to help out in that capacity.
Who would want to be the main culprit in looking?
I think Diligence is super distracted at the moment, to be honest.
I think Amber's super distracted too.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
If everyone was sitting around just waiting for each other, Rager would take charge then, and just like go off and be like, "We need to find somewhere to rest."
Pierre
Jones rolling.
Pierre would not want to help Rager in that case. He'd kind of like,
Okay.
he'd be like, "Oh, go ahead."
Diligence will help her.
Survival.
With advantage, Diligence is helping. Damn.
With that, you sort of find somewhere mostly it's like under a sort of overhanging bit. It's mostly blocking the wind. Is there anything anyone would want to do before long resting?
Yeah, I think Pierre wants to do one thing, but other people can go first because I know I just did a scene with Diligence. Yeah, if they've got anything.
No.
Jane?
No, she's just scribbling. Nothing in particular.
Okay.
I have a question for Joan / Anya.
Go on.
Do you imagine Joan's like her worship of a monitor involving like evening prayer or rituals or anything like that too?
I think so. I think it's like a self-prescribed thing, but I think she's essentially basically a nun for a monitor.
And would she be open with that, or would she like be private?
I don't think she'd be like, "Okay, guys, I'm going off to pray now." But you know,
praying right now.
I think she'd be like, "Oh no, I need to go to bed and I need to have time before I go to bed because this is important to me," kind of thing.
And we have tents, right? Or do we not?
Yes, unless, well, I assume you took them off Toby's body.
I did
Diligence
not.
doesn't have one in her
I
inventory.
did not bring one with me.
No, me either.
If you don't have tents in your inventory, then you forgot to take them off Toby,
Yeah,
I'm going to say.
I just bought a bedroll.
Yeah, same as. So Diligence would be aware of Joan doing some prayer, and she wouldn't be nosy or nosing in at all, but she would be watching from afar. She's suddenly very much like, Joan, please help! I don't know how to be religious.
It's just as well you picked someone with the player who does not know how to fucking do it, then, isn't it?
So yeah, Diligence would sort of watch from afar, just observing.
Can Pierre see if he recognises this? That what Diligence is doing?
I was going to say diligence roll an insight check just to see how much you can pick up from just watching, because it'd be all very different to the rituals that she's used to of magic.
7.
Sometimes you can't discern why Joan's doing certain things, and you think they might be more esoteric than others.
Mhm.
But you can pick up what you want from it.
Yeah, she sees Joan like brushing her hair, and it's just like, worship.
Yeah.
Can I see if Pierre would notice Diligence kind of like examining her?
How?
Diligence isn't a very stealthy person in general.
So she's not being stealthy.
No. But she's not like sitting there taking field notes.
Yeah.
She's kind of like doing her own things in her books
So
and then
she might-
glancing over at Joan.
Okay. Yeah. Diligence roll a stealth check, and Pierre roll an insight check.
Well, natural one.
You just think that oh. But
No,
it
don't
is
get at me,
better-
motherfucker!
But it is better from diligence. So Pierre, you just kind of think that Diligence has had a pretty eventful day, and she just seems to be longingly staring off into the distance.
Okay. I think after a while, then he wouldn't say what he was going to say to Diligence otherwise, and I think he would just he would smile at her at some point, and then just get up and approach Joan while she's practicing her religious practices, and just sit down alongside her and just kind of like just eyeball her like awkwardly while she's just like, I imagine maybe she's like cross-legged with some like incense or something, or I don't know what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joan's like, just like, and please, a monitor, bless us with. It's like, what the fuck is happening?
No, go ahead. I'm just observing. I don't wish to interrupt.
Do you want to make a documentary about a monitor or something?
Well, I am a bard. I tell the tales, and as it were, I have to capture every moment. When I write a song about you, you want me to capture the religious practice as well as your finesse with a sword. Do you not?
I won't hold my breath, Rallyhorn. And she'd just like carry on praying.
I was talking to Liana, and we were talking about faith, actually.
Oh yes, this is your way of saying you have suddenly become a convert?
Well, no, I've never been quite the man for who really connected with the gods. As I was saying to Liana, the gods had more faith in me than I had in them. But she did say one thing to me. She said that I brought joy to those who finish when they finish practicing their religious praying and whatnot, and that's my that's my job, I suppose.
Yes.
He kind of goes quiet for a minute, and you can see he's got like a flask, I imagine, with like probably alcohol. I can't see Pierre not carrying one on him, like fairly regularly. And he probably just takes a big swig of it and shakes his head slightly and says, Joan, I hope you know I appreciate everything since you know.
Well, yes. I like to think is what any of us would do for any of the rest of us.
I know.
Just because
You've
you
been
lost your best friend. Sorry, go on.
No, it's fine. You've just been I feel like I have been a bit of a pig with you, to be honest. You had no reason to want to help me in that capacity.
I see something it is just your way. I mean, I don't really think you are that kind of person. I don't believe it for a second.
He smiles and kind of looks down. He's like, "You have got a keen mind for people."
Sadly, sometimes it does not serve me in such good stead.
He smiles again. I'd like to ask you to dinner, if you'll accept.
Yes?
When we return to the fort, of course.
Okay. Yes, of course.
Okay.
She is very, very confused and visibly is like, what?
I stopped eating my sandwich when Lewis asked that. I was like,
Yes,
Uh,
well, yes, he kind of stumbles over his words a bit. It's just like, yes, well, I think it'll be fun, you know?
yes, I think it would be nice to get to know the real you, Pierre.
And you as well, Joan. Yes, I'm going to go and just school Liana on Mistra, you know. Got to, you know, make sure she's, you know, up on her religious studies.
Right, are you the most qualified person to be
No,
telling
probably
her?
not. But I, you know, she likes to hand me little post-it notes, and I ask her questions and see if she can answer the correct answer based off the one she's prepared already.
Joan's like, oh, well, yeah, and I'd better get back to my praying, you know.
Yes, I've got a monitor, and he kind of like does a little thumbs up to the sky and just says,
Yeah, yes, yes. And Joan's like blushing, and is like very excited, but is also like, well, what the fuck am I gonna do with this?
yeah, and Pierre just kind of scuttles away.
No.
like a crab.
Yeah, literally like a crab.
Joan's like, I better not get too excited about this because she's like, I have no idea like where he's going with this, and B, I don't know if I did one or a 2B. She's like, I can't like get any, I can't catch feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Blaze bed. Sorry,
Oh.
I can't catch feelings because you know a monitor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes perfect sense to me.
Right. So you guys planning to sleep here?
I think so.
Yes.
Where is here? Is it like a little cave?
It'd be like an overhang from one of the sort of stone
Okay.
ridges that you see. So it's quite well blocked, but the wind is still sort of getting through. It'd be getting dark by now. It's probably like 9-ish.
Yeah, we got to settle down.
The sun has definitely said bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Time for Tubby bye-bye.
Oh, God.
So, are you doing watches?
Yeah, Pierre would definitely do one or help with one.
I'll say you only need to do one throughout the whole night. Like, I'll just take it for all of you. So you can do it, whoever's doing it can do it with help.
Go.
Okay. So
Do it,
whoever
Joan.
that is.
Joan, perception modifier,
what?
please.
What?
Perception.
With advantage.
Yes. With advantage.
I'll take that.
17.
So, Joan.
Mhm.
I imagine you'd be the one taking the first watch.
Yeah.
So as
probably.
you sit out with whoever's helping you, be that Diligence, be that anyone else from the camp,
Probably not, yeah.
it's difficult to hear through the very loud sound of a wind just passing by. In the distance, you can sort of hear like you think you can hear the same thing Ember heard earlier, the sort of cawing and the screeching, but it feels very, very far away. as you sort of cast your eyes in the distance, all you can see is sort of storms above the ruins of Asmander, reminding you of what happened not yesterday, but the day before. And Joan, when you finally do fall asleep, something happens in your sleep. So as Joan gently slips off into sleep once again, she can feel herself soaring above CORMYR in the form of a majestic sun falcon.
Oh.
Once again, she sees a dark land dotted with dim lights. However, compared to her previous vision, she can see the radiant centers have become more intense. As she would turn towards Griffin Hill, there is a stark difference. A beacon in the darkness.
Flora.
Fort Champion begins
God.
to glow brightly beneath her. So as you look into the distance, you can see, you're not that far from Fort Champion, maybe like 10 miles. You can see this flame is starting to burn. However, as you turn north, a great void churns, banishing the extended radiance from Fort Champion. And
shit.
you would recognize it as the ruins of Asmander, the same ruins you could see the storms above before you fell asleep. As you're sort of surveying this strange star map in your dreams, you hear a voice that you don't know if it's a Monitor or some sort of avatar, but it's like, the old dead gods awaken. The battle between light and dark is eternal. Darkness exists without the light, but will fleet in its presence. Banish the voids in this land before they consume us. So, throughout this dark patchwork below you, you sort of look out more carefully, and you can see small, insidious, swirling voids dotted throughout the Stonelands. 3 to the west, so somewhere over here.
Okay.
Which beyond Fortress Guark. And as you cast your eyes to Fortress Guark itself, you can see that there's a bright beacon, or it was a bright beacon, being slowly devoured by a blackness teetering on the edge of complete blackout.
Fuck.
Yeah, so what's Joan thinking after that?
Yeah, but what the fuck is this about? Basically, turn and tail and run the other way before the void eats you.
Deus Vault time, baby.
So I imagine, like, at the end of this dream, because it'd be very intense, and the beacons of light that you could see would be just dazzling, whereas the darkness is close to nothing as you get. I imagine it would wake you up like the what do you call it? Being touched by a god, as it were, and you just like wake up like after having this really vivid dream.
Right. Yeah. Imagine she'd be like, oh my god, would she know what it meant, or is it just up for debate?
Well, I think she'd be able to tell that whatever this map that she was surveying above is a falcon. That was the Stonelands, probably. She'd probably think the light was good. That was a good thing. The voids are probably something really bad. But other than that, everything's a bit like, gods don't commune directly. Like, only said a few sentences.
Oh shit! So that was a Monitor.
Yeah, that was. Or you think it could have been a Monitor. You're not sure if it was just a disembodied voice. You're not sure if it was him himself, but it somehow worked its way into your dream.
Oh my god. This seems pretty fucking bad. I'm not gonna lie. She probably, I imagine, would probably struggle to sleep again after that.
Yeah. Would she try going back to sleep? Would she try and tell someone about it? Or would she just keep it to herself because it's a very sort of personal dream?
I think she'd maybe like wait until the morning and like mention it to someone over breakfast if she could get like a private moment.
Okay. So before you all wake, can you all do some Constitution saving throws?
Oh no.
As the
Wait, do we
wind
have to do
just
that every time we wake up?
no, it's just as the wind's howling past
Oh.
you, constantly blowing out the campfire. It's cold, sleeping in the sort of low pressure of the winds.
Okay. Diligence wakes up and the wind is blowing her face off.
No, you're all fine. So it wasn't the most refreshing sleep in the world, but you managed to snuggle up in whatever you are wrapped in enough to ward off the effects of the high winds.
Okay.
And you can all take a long rest.
Nice.
Yay!
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
I'm just going to go to the toilet quickly.
I feel like Emma would be extra affected by coldness, so she's just waking up shivering, like, what is this place? Thought it was supposed to be warm.
I'm gonna unprepare counter spell.
Oh, yeah. There were no wizards, Tom.
None.
No wizards.
None at all. No wizards into Wizards Tower. Fucking bullshit.
Just next time you go to the bugbear den, prepare counterspell, because
Yeah.
Alright. Spell book. Okay. Let's prepare that one. Oh my god, my D&D Beyond's being all fucked up. Won't let me prepare and unprepare stuff.
oh, really?
Oh, he became a sorcerer.
Alright, I'm back.
He's back, baby.
Who's back?
Did other people go to the toilet?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was me.
that
Just did it right now.
Yeah.
I avoided my bells. I'm so glad the toilet got fixed before you guys came. Jesus.
Oh yeah, we gotta break it again. Let's go.
You break it, you pay for it. It's got a pretty strong flush now, there, so it's alright.
Oh yeah.
It's like
Here
an
we go.
airplane one or a train one where it's like.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome.
Who are we waiting for?
Nobody, I think.
Oh, okay. Just rolling up the weather. 16. So, well, okay. Light clouds throughout the night. The wind in the morning has subsided, and it is just light clouds above you.
Nice.
Nice.
You weren't attacked in the night. You feel refreshed, ready to push on, I assume. Or I imagine
Yeah.
Joan might have a few things to say.
Yeah, what's Joan's breakfast conversation?
Yeah, she'd be like, if there would there be like a lull in the conversation at any point?
Yeah.
She'd be like, I think I may have had a message from my monitor in my dream last night.
Oh.
Hmm.
Yes, I was transformed into the Sun Falcon, and I was flying above the Stonelands, but most of it was being devoured by this void. And a monitor spoke to me, and what did he say again, Kieran? Sorry.
Okay, I'll tell you. Where is it? June. He said, "The old dead gods awaken. The battle between light and dark is eternal. Darkness exists without light, but will fleet in its presence. Banish the voids in this land before they consume us."
Oh, right. Okay. No, I just realised what that might be. Okay. Yeah. No. I realised I've just interpreted that completely wrong. So I'm there now.
Oh, did you?
I did. Oh, maybe. I'm so glad that those 2 English degrees were worth so much money. I think that he was telling me that the old gods, perhaps Bane or one of his associates, is on the rise and will be trying to take over the Stonelands. And I mean, I'm aware that not all of you are of the same religious persuasion as me, but faith in the dark gods is concerning.
I will
And
say
we
one
don't-
thing, Joan.
Yeah.
Even though Joan might not like to admit this to herself, a Monitor is a very little worshipped god, and
I
some
thought you were going to
might
say Bane has a point.
like a Monitor by most people might be considered a dead god as well. But because
no.
a lot of them, Lathander. But yeah, Bane, seeing as he's like opposes you, you would know he did die. So you're like, what does this like? Is it talking about just him or both of them? So you might have those going on in your head.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what it all means, but I don't know. Feeling a little wary. We don't want worshipping in bad gods. God, my
Well,
accent's all over the place today.
yeah, guy looks over at Rager and it's just like, well, we know, Our Majesty's sister here is, has links with the Dark Gods. Perhaps they're trying to awaken something in Mazandar. That seemed to be what they were implying. Especially with that note we found at the tower.
So Joan, with the sort of like the voids that you saw circling, you'd have seen a big one here. Oh wait, hang on. You'd have seen a big one at Mazanda itself. You would have seen one here that seems to be like battling with like light.
Yeah.
Then somewhere over here, you couldn't work exactly where in the dream. There were 3 smaller ones circling.
Okay. She would communicate that.
Perhaps perhaps the Monitor is warning you that there are more darknesses arising throughout the Stonelands, or even beyond.
Well, wonderful. Great. Thank you very much, Monitor.
Well, I'm sure, he's put it in good hands. It's all down to, we've got the Chosen of Mistra, the Chosen of a Monitor on our side. No problem, I'm sure. Kind of looks worried on his face.
Yes. Yeah, Joan does not look convinced.
Did you see any fiery looking lights, Joan?
I don't think like a Monitor is sort of sunlight, so I guess kind of fiery, perhaps.
It would have been like a radiant white, I would say.
Okay. Maybe she should set this bit over here on fire, and then that'll banish the darkness.
Well, this is the bit where if anyone goes, they die.
The elephant graveyard.
We don't go there. Diligence would say, I suppose better the enemy you know than the enemy you don't. It is good that a Monitor speaks to you, Joan. He's given us information that we wouldn't have otherwise through you.
I suppose forewarned is forearmed, but it is a little concerning, I think.
Especially that
So,
Fortress Quark itself seems like perhaps there's some corruption there.
so
very
what do we do
reassuring.
about when we go to these places?
What did Ember say?
What do we do about them when we go to the places?
Burn him down.
Yeah.
Someday.
Burn the heretic.
Yeah, so if Joan had said there were ones out west,
Yeah.
Ember probably would have thought like Tabaxi Village is out west.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Everyone would have been like fucking raptor dens out there.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
no,
no, he's a Bane worshipper.
They're worshipping Bay.
There's a jelly cave out west. There's Mother
No wonder
Rock
they're so
out west.
intelligent. Oh my god, Clodo's a fucking Bane worshipper. It's Bane flavoured jelly.
This Bane flavoured jelly tastes like. Oh, it tastes like darkness.
Coca-Cola.
And black grapes.
Well, we stand with you, John. Bane isn't just... Because we've learned about, like, the son of Bane and stuff, right?
Yeah, you've heard of Itachi Vim, who's the son, but you've also heard of the father, he probably assumed was Bane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bad news for everyone, not just a Monitor, so
Well,
I
yes.
will go with you if we need to fight back against this darkness you speak of.
Thank you. I appreciate that diligence. I think it may well be required, as much as I don't want to admit it. I think somewhere we may have to try and defeat something. I don't. Oh, I don't know where I'm fucking going with this. My brain's turning into sludge.
The light can banish the darkness. Woo.
I'm not an intelligent raptor, Kieran.
Well, you should meet them. They're great.
Well,
Yes,
perhaps this is a conversation for another time. This is... I have faith in... Not so much the gods, but I have faith in all of you. Well, most of you.
Lucille's like, oh, Pierre, I thought we were getting on so well.
Oh no, you're brilliant. If you're not the chosen of mystery, the chosen of something. I'll tell you that much.
Jones in the background. Oh, sorry, I gagged.
I purely mean that. Is this not a? I just worry that we are putting too much responsibility on ourselves. The army has, surely their army bears a heavier responsibility in this. This is. I will support any of you in this fight, and this is what Toby would have wanted me to protect you, Joan, until the day I die. Until the protection was fulfilled, at least.
Joan just looks very alarmed at that, like,
And the rest of you have proven to me after what happened that you would support me in a suicide mission. So I will happily do the same for you. But I worry that if we charge into the darkness, maybe we would be consumed by it.
Well, yes, that is a concern. I think perhaps we are best to go with the plan.
I agree. Wherever we go, we can... Perhaps we should start with the smallest area of darkness first. That seems a bit more manageable.
Well, I don't know where the smallest area is. It is somewhere along that coast, but I know that there is certainly something at Guac.
I think...
Yeah, the things at Guac, one of them looked... It almost looked like two suns in a binary orbit, but one of them was trying to pull the other one in.
Mm.
Mm.
I would say
Okay.
Guac seems like a better place than any.
Perhaps that is an idea.
Plus, have you heard the
So-
food they have there? You know? For champion, we get, well, as much as I love Miss Wynn's cooking, and I've heard they've got one of the finest chefs in all the army there.
I don't know. I seem to remember just a lot of ship's biscuits.
Roll a history check, Pierre.
Yeah, I was just improving to.
No. Roll a history check.
Okay, Kieran's already made this character. 21, baby.
You know there is a very spectacular chef there, but he is only reserved for the prince, who is
Oh,
a
shit.
fort champion.
What's he called? Is he like
You'll
the gourmet from Skyrim?
Not exactly.
Okay. Well, but only reserved for the prince apparently. But we've got supposedly the Princess of CORMYR here, so I'm sure we could be granted a seat.
Rage's like, assuming I'm coming with you.
Jones just
Quite.
like rolling her eyes, like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, I imagine much of the army might be ordered to move there. Fort Champion's hardly defensible if a dragon is planning to attack.
Yeah.
But then again, probably not enough of them at Guac for an entire troop.
Rage's like, well, and also they may see our lives as expendable.
Quite. Something that I absolutely love about the army. Avant-garde would have something to say about that.
I am curious to see what defensives they've put up. If it's just more wood, then that's not great.
Right.
I mean, no doubt they built a whole stone wall in half a day.
We drew it out.
You can't come across this line.
Anti-dragon line.
We put a ring of salt around it.
It's a giant slug dragon.
Right. So, are you travelling the next 11 miles?
Yeah.
Oh, remember to take off rations as well.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that. Hup. God, how many of us are there now?
Too many.
Minus Rager. So, five of you.
5, so down to 8. Cool.
Okay. So, how long? What speed are you progressing back?
Normal speed.
Yeah, let's go normal now, I reckon.
So, you should get there in 4 hours. So,
Nice.
yeah, you're relatively close to camp. Most of the danger's sort of past, so I'm just going to speed you back.
Nice, nice.
So you get back just before midday. The weather's pretty calm. You can see the Viscount waiting once again at the on the guard post. So you can put your counters here.
We've got to zoom out really far.
Wait, where do you want them, sorry?
Can you see that? Zoom out.
Oh, yeah. No, that's... Yeah, I had to zoom out all the way out.
Yeah, it's pretty fat, isn't it?
So small.
Right. So you'd as you approached the gate, you'd hear the Viscount be like, "Open the gate!" And you'd see the 2 little children come, and they open the gate for you.
Leanna, how noisy do you want to be about this? And he kind of does like a little sort of sign on his head indicating the headband.
Don't want to make a big deal. Not a celebrity, but I don't want to hide it either.
Very well. Chosen of Mistra coming through.
Vicomte's just like, who is your war?
Nothing, Vicom. It's fine.
He calls out to Ember. Ember, your brother has found some interesting things inside the shed over there. He seems to have been in there all day.
Oh, don't tell me it's loads of rags.
Him and Claude have been in there for a few hours.
Ew. I don't know if I want to go in there.
Joan would lean over to her and be like, don't, they've been making jelly.
Vicomte looks at you, Joan. He's like, oh, very good. Sex joke, yes, John?
What do you mean?
I heard that's how your race do it. You don't have an egg, which you've... don't worry! And he kind of looks around.
I'm not entirely sure that is what Joan actually meant. That's what I meant, but I don't know if that's what Joan meant. Joan's just like, what is sex, please?
So, Ember, if you were to look in through that window there...
Yeah.
You could see Dewey and Clodo are sort of like messing around with some of Diligence and Lucille's magical equipment in there.
Hmm. Okay. She'll like bang on the window. She's like, what are you doing in there, Dewey?
Dewey's like hair stands on end and he turns around and then you just see it all like go down. He opens the window and he's like, Monsieur Chevrolet said we could have a go with some of Diligence's stuff, and well, I think I found some things in here that might help us if you take me out against this.
Diligence's eyes go very narrow.
Dewey stares over. He said it was property of the army, Diligence. I wouldn't worry.
All right.
In fact, you could try and teach me something if you wanted.
Sure.
The last time you used the dagger, Dewey, it went in the wrong place. Maybe that's not a great idea.
No, and he shows her a spell book, and he's like, "There's things in this book that I never even know existed. It's far more than we had at the village."
Well, maybe you can show me then.
Oh,
But obviously, it's not going to compare to fire.
Well, we'll see. You can see Clodo's on the floor. He's got his book out and he's doing that thing where he's lying on his front and he's got his legs up in the air. If you know what I mean? That teenage girls do.
Yeah, I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Clodo.
Why, hello there. I'm just reading more information about Gohonda. Well, Mr. Dew on the Grass said we're going to go to a jelly cane soon.
Did he? Well, he is a wise man.
Just hear Joan screaming in the background.
What am I showing you, Dewey?
Well, I was just looking in your spell books. I never knew this much existed. And he's sort of he's got a few placed out on this box.
Come in, Ember.
Does it smell?
The smell of what?
Smell of gross, sweaty boys.
It's next to the bathroom, so you'd be able to smell some lavender come out. It'd be masking whatever smell was around.
Sorry. Dewey's smell.
You see, as you look at his book, at this book that you've got, Diligence, it would have blur and rope trick in it.
Would Diligence be familiar with these books? So that what are they backup spell books stocked by the army?
There would have been stuff that your master would have given you, but it's actually property of the war wizards.
Okay.
But they're under the army at the moment, so
Yeah, the authorities there.
Yeah.
She'd say, yes, Dewey, this is some very useful spells. I've been meaning to copy them up myself, but I haven't found the time. I didn't realize you were. Excuse me, I thought you were, as Ember is with magic, natural, innate caster.
No, no. Well, me and Ember from the same litter, and well, we were almost born. Well, we with her, and he like gestures at the fire that I assume she's doing in her hands.
Yeah.
My tribe has a. Have you heard of Matsaka?
Probably not, right?
It's a history check.
Yeah.
You have. You know it's to the east. You don't really know what's out there. It's like you think it's like a barbarous land. You know that the Tabaxi are originally sort of from there.
Okay. If she knows the Tabaxi originally from there, she wouldn't use
Yeah.
the term barbarous. She'd be like, an exotic land to the east, yes?
Yes, and in our tribe, they have the gods from Matsaka itself. And well, some people in my tribe think that Ember represented Tezca, who is the god of fire. So
That tracks, yes.
Some people said my brother, Bully, had the strength of Nula, who's the god of nature and hunting. He's a big shot in the tribe. But to balance me and Ember out, they thought I should embody what Azul had, who is the god of rain and water. So I taught myself from the books in the clan sort of common study. So I'm more of a wizard instead of a sorcerer.
That's very impressive, Dewey. Most often people need a tutor, a teacher. To teach yourself is impressive.
Well, when you want to be as good as your sister at something, then it takes a while. But I'm sorry I went for it on my own, but when Major Chevrolet said I could be in here, I just wanted to see what else was possible. Something to outperform Ember.
Yeah, you did right by the authority, and that's what matters. It's fine. Yes, I need to work with Ember on something anyhow. And I think she's keen to do that. So I'm more than happy to work with you as well.
That would be great, Diligence. And he looks at you and he's like, I like your headband as well, by the way. It suits you.
Oh, she like kind of flustered, sort of prods at it and tucks her fringe over it. Thank you. It has been very interesting little trip.
Well, kind of looks at Ember. He's like, I'm sad I didn't go to the tower.
Oh. Well, you can go there now. It's all free of enemies and no more bugbears.
Well, I bet he took all the scrolls as well, right? So they're probably here.
Oh yeah, but you don't really want to go in there anyway. There was lots of horrible books.
There was books.
Yeah, they were flying around.
You didn't set them on fire, did you, Ember?
Maybe a little bit. But
Well,
there's no excuse for them to come and whack me, you know?
oh, so it was a book club, was it? Clodo's like, very good, Dewey. Now, how about we talk about this jelly cave? And he looks around. And Dewey's like, yes, not now. Right, and outside, the Viscount would sort of fly down to Joan and Pierre.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd be like, Pierre, Joan, it's excellent to see you both.
I didn't understand a word of that Viscount, but
Oh, yes, you joke. Major Chevrolet wants to see you on your return, and I'm glad you have returned. It must mean you're successful, yes?
Yes, I think you'll be very glad to hear that we've got something of a legend amongst our midst now, but I'm sure you'll hear all of it from the Major himself.
Oh, really?
Certainly a story worth any bard's money to tell for the ages.
Well. Major Chevrolet has been very tight-lipped. He wanted the defenses tightened, and he points up to that tower, and you can see a ballista on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, there's also a catapult on top of the tower. Take care of any bad things, yes?
Yes, I hope so. I'm sure. I hope it'll be enough.
Well,
After
back in my day, ballista, true enemy of the Aarakocra.
Well, I'm just glad your people wiped them out. Those awful ballistas.
He comes up to you very intently and gets like almost uncomfortably in your face. He's like, "Have you seen a Aarakocra shot out of the sky at 500 feet?"
I cannot say I have.
Yes, well, don't. And he sort of steps back.
Very well, well, good day to you, Viscount. I have to say I'm quite exhausted, so after we've checked in with the Major, I think I'll be resting before, and he kind of looks at Jode and says, I'll, see you later, yes? Joe never replied.
Wait, was he talking to? Oh, sorry. No, I thought he was saying he was going to get. That was what he was getting up to. Sorry, no. Yes, I will see you later, Monsieur Relihon.
Okay, well, let's. I'll go check in with the Major quickly, I suppose, and let him know what's happened.
Lucille calls in. Diligence and Ember, we got to go see the Major.
Ah, right, of course.
Right, bye, Dewey. See you in a bit.
Don't forget to text me next time, sister.
Maybe. Your water kind of gets in my way.
I'll splash you if you don't.
Know. Well, well, I'll have to set your bed on fire if you...
He comes around to this window and he's like, I can sleep on ash.
I can make it very uncomfortable.
As you get to that window, he's like, I'll make you more uncomfortable. I'll make it look like you went to bed.
I'll make you really warm in your bed. It'll be so uncomfortable. You'll be really sweaty and... Sorry.
And at the next window, he's just glaring at you. Right. So, what are you doing? You going?
See the Chevrolet.
Okay.
Yeah.
See the boss man.
So, we'll go up to... Right. I'll go up to this level, just assuming you know where to sort of find him. So, you're not there. You're there. You're not there. You're not there. If I can look him up. There we go. I think all your tokens are on, actually.
Yep.
Blaze. Not Blaze anymore.
No Blaze.
Bring
You
it
little
back,
bad
Karen.
boy. Well, maybe I have some ideas. I've been thinking about it. So, you could make your way up to the command room, where you know that Major Chevrolet spends the majority of his time planning. And, well, I assume you'd see yourself in after knocking.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So he'd be like, it's good to see you all alive after that last missive you sent.
Quite, we've got a lot of things to report, Major.
Indeed. I thought we could have a little order of business I drew up. It might make things a bit easier, seeing as we have so much to discuss.
Quite.
And, well, obviously if you're back, the mission Must have gone well.
Pierre kind of looks to Liana. I think he kind of feels like she should take the lead in this one.
Yes, Major. It was a eventful mission. We brought back a number of magical scrolls, some of quite powerful arcane spells. She'd put them on a table. We also recovered a number of magical artifacts of significant power. One is currently carried by Monsieur. Amazing, Lewis. Currently carried by Monsieur Rallyhorn. It is a ring of spell storing. Another carried by Lucille. Ring of telekinesis.
Yeah, he looks at Lucille and he's like, "Oh, you did well suggesting going there, Lucille. If you're finding all these artifacts, which that kind of looks around the room, help the army, as it were, and help yourselves and the army. I assume. I don't know much about this." Kind of gestures at the scrolls, like.
And there's this as well, and she'd like flop up her fringe. The headband of Mistra.
Wait, let me do a thing for him. Oh god, where is he? See if he knows a mystery. Pretty low.
Oh!
Kind of looks at you. He's like, "Of Mistra? Well, when your master was here, he was telling me about Lucille and about there being a chosen of Mistra, which, from what I gathered from him, sounded very powerful. But
Yes.
he did mention Lucille was the one to have that honor. But...
Yes, Major. Yes. Why, by whatever decision, well, I have it.
Liana's being humble, Major. She has been chosen by Mistra herself as her guardian of magic.
It sort of touches the table and he's like, I know how fate works. I know I was chosen over my brothers to live in this world, and you never know who's going to be picked by the gods, and I trust they've made a good choice. And kind of looks at Lucille and he's like, you never know what fate has in store for you. Just because you aren't the chosen of one god doesn't mean that you're not important to the country and, well, to fate itself. But this is a good thing. Probably something worth reporting to the higher ups. And he kind of looks around, like deferring to you, Diligence.
Certainly, I need to send word to my master, the war wizards. I need to know of this. But yes, overall, I consider it a very successful mission, Major. We did away with a violent group of bugbears that had inhabited the tower and some other lesser goblinoids.
It does not surprise me that goblinoids were occupying the tower. It's just strange they left so much unmolested if you managed to recover all this. Maybe they just did not understand the nature of it.
We
Seems
found
quite possible.
we found a note, Major, on the king goblin. In fact, the bugbear. I believe these. If Liana would mind me speaking out of turn, I believe that these goblinoids are serving the same enemy as a greater problem who puts a threat to this fort. And he kind of chucks the letter that he found on Crag of the Slammer's body.
Mm-hmm. I think that refers to you coming to the fort.
Mm-hmm. And I think it refers to, if I'm not mistaken, let me quickly double check. Where is it? Bugbears.
Mistress
Talks about the
Tower.
sun's embrace. Says Alusair fits a Baskir. We did tell him was supposedly the sister of.
He would say. That brings us to the second point of discussion after your successful mission. And I imagine him looking at Rodri, and Lucille turns around to look at Rodri. So you're saying that you are Princess Raja Abaskir? She's like, yes. Kind of like draws himself up. I find this difficult to believe, everyone. Mainly because Raja Abaskir is due to wed on the 6th of Flame Rule in Suzail. And I do not understand how you could be here when there is a wedding party from Guark, who says they've just come from Suzail, who have said they have seen you.
Pierre is going to lean forward and cast a Sky Self on himself to make himself look like Rager and just say, "How possibly could there be two Ragers?"
Kind of looks at you, and he's like, "How do you sustain something like that for such a long time, Corporal Rallyhorn?"
Can Pierre do an Arcana check to see if he knows what Lewis knows?
Yeah, sure.
I feel like 13 probably enough to hear of a Hat of Disguise, right? I don't think it's particularly rare.
Well, what is a Hat of Disguise rarity?
Let's have a look.
Are you proficient in Arcana?
It's an uncommon item, and I am half proficient.
I'd say, yeah, sure.
He would say, "Well, you have things like a Hat of Disguise. I always wanted one myself."
Kind of sits back. It's like, kind of looks at Raedra.
Pierre goes to sort of like pick up the his like the other end of his rapier and kind of like does a swish motion above her head to see if there's anything like, well, there's nothing that, no, because there would still be a hat there, so never mind, he doesn't do that.
If I may, Major, I believe
at the moment he's looking confused. He's like, "I do not want to challenge anyone on this. It's just what I've heard."
I believe there is some strong evidence in the form of where is the fucking dragon right now?
What do you mean, where is it?
Azun.
Not in the room.
What? Well, okay. Diligence would say then, and she'd say it slowly, looking at Raedra as if like interrupt me at any point. Raedra has been accompanied by a small.
A black wormling, Diligence.
That's the one. Yes.
Nothing worrying about that.
And knowing the history of her family, it would make a degree of sense, would it not, Major?
Rodri herself is like, "I can tell you what happened if you want, Major, and how I can prove I'm the real Rager Arbaskir. It has been worrying me too that there is a shabby duplicate of me running around."
Hannah's getting confused. So where do they think the duplicate is?
In
In
Suzail,
Guark? Oh, Suzail. Okay.
like in the capital, because she's set to be married. And Ruverick was saying there's people who he's heard from Guark who've come up and said she is in Suzail.
Okay.
She's like,
Okay.
"My plan was to go travelling across into, well, the Sword Coast. This is what I sold my family anyway. But my plan was to come to the Stonelands to help the army fight. At some point, I believe someone started impersonating me, and I heard it at first at the Griffin Hill fort at that shitty little pub.
Insight check, please.
Okay.
Fuck.
Can't tell.
Mm-hmm.
Rupert sort of... So it's hard to know what to think. If he said this woman had a black dragon, and you have one, how do we know that you're not the imposter? And she's like, don't you just have to trust?
Well, Rodri had a secret sister. Maybe she's got another secret sister.
All the secret
Yes.
sisters.
Yes,
Well-
It's still disguised as Rager, by the way.
Raedra has fought faithfully alongside us. I would say that's brought her at least some benefit.
Yeah, Rachel looks across at you, Diligence. She's like, thank you, Diligence. I'm glad someone here can trust. I've been with you all over a month. Rupert is like, this is true, and it seems as though someone had more to gain out of impersonating you in the capital than up here. But I do not understand why the deadline you told me for you to be at Asmanda is the same day as the day you are to be wed.
Probably just to stop Rodri from going up there, right? Just to replace her duplicate.
Well, it's difficult with Asmanda, Miss Wins. All the scouting parties we've ever sent there have never come back. It's almost like a shroud hangs above that place. The only men who have come back have been most insane or, well, half dead.
Not good then.
Who has come back? Surely the army has vetted these individuals and...
They have, but they died days after they returned. We do not know why. Medically they were fine, but something seemed to addle their minds, and days later they were dead, even under the best protection.
I have to ask, why were you even with the army in the first place, Miss Rager? Surely you would be more at home in the capital, serving
You
your
think-
subjects.
Well, I am not to be queen. My brother, Barovis, is to be king. I thought I could serve up here and earn my place. And the reputation which I hold, I do not feel as if I had done much to deserve it before I came. That is the reason I came.
Pierre actually looks kind of thrown off by that a little bit, and it's just like, I can respect that.
It all started when I was on the Sword Coast. My father was almost slain by a group of gnolls, and, well, some adventurers saved them. I saw those brave, well,
Harkonnens! Sorry.
I saw those brave men and women. They fought for no reason but help. They did not expect reward. They immediately aided my father and his knights on the road. I just wanted to do something for my kingdom. So if I ever had to serve it in another way, other than just being a princess, I would be able to.
I've got an insight check again, just in case. 14. Yeah, no. Can't read
Yeah,
it.
you can't tell.
I think Pierre genuinely, I think Pierre's point of view here is that he likes what she's saying here because he has little faith in the nobility because of his background, and someone actually trying to get their hands dirty and help out is a good thing. But also he is pretty fucking scared of Raedra, and does not trust her purely for the fact that she has a little black dragon following her around, and she died, and his friend died and didn't come back, and she did.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So Pierre is looking like a bit, I think, torn right at this very moment in time. He still doesn't trust her, but he's, yeah.
Mhm.
What's everyone else thinking?
Sounds like a good way to serve now is to just go back and out this duplicate to me.
If only it was that simple. If someone came in pretending to be an heir, they'd probably just get executed.
Is there not a way to...
Mm.
If this is... Surely this is an illusion. Surely there is the war wizards, and he looks to Liana and just says, surely the war wizards have some way of detecting who the real Raedra Baskin is.
There is another possibility, which is that, forgive me, Raedra, but my understanding is that there are expectations on royalty, and running to join the army is a noble cause, but perhaps not. Perhaps a point of embarrassment for your family. They could have hired war wizards to produce this illusion themselves. It could be put in place by Raidra's own family to save face.
It is possible, Diligence. I just do not know why they would do it
Can Pierre
for a whole wedding.
roll a nature check to see if he's familiar with any like shape-shifting style creatures?
Yeah, go on.
Perhaps they're expecting you to be offended by this and show up to claim your place.
It is possible, Diligence. I think, Pierre, you'd know about them, but nothing specifically.
What of doppelgangers and other shapeshifters?
You just hear Lucille's like, hey.
Ooh.
Yeah, I want to do an insight check on that laugh.
It's like she was laughing.
I rolled well.
Okay. What is it? Charisma? Yeah. You more think she was laughing because it sounded stupid.
Ah, makes sense.
I have to know, Major, what is the official position?
That's
Have
what
you
I'm trying
passed
to
it up the
determine.
chain?
I feel I can't pass it up the chain for fear of, well, impersonating nobility is a serious crime. And I fear we may all be implicated for hiding her identity.
Isn't that bloody fantastic?
I hadn't considered that angle.
Sounds like a silly rule to me.
Well, it has its reasons, Ember, but, yes.
How seriously do you take the threats, Major, made by the supposed sister of Raedra?
Well, based on what you've said, there is no doubt that it is real. I trust you all saw what you saw and reported what you heard. I was considering sending your party to Fortress Guark to report it to the higher ups. I thought it'd be better coming from the people who saw it themselves than just me.
What of the
I am
people
not-
here? Surely
The people.
we're not going to send them to just stand here and wait for a black dragon to come down and rain hellfire upon them.
It's out of my hands, Pierre. I am instructed to remain here, as are the rest. This is why I suggest that you go to Fortress Guark and report this. But
Surely you have some plan in mind.
I've already started with defences. Well, you're my outward task force. This is why I'm suggesting that you go to Fortress Guark and report it.
Is there enough? I mean, how
Aye.
much time is there? 8 days?
Yep.
I mean, how long would it take to get to Fortress Guark and back?
Let me have a look. Probably 2 days.
Would we ask for reinforcements? If an attack is imminent, then surely they can spare a few troops. The people.
I think
Go ahead.
trying to convince them that there is a black dragon might be difficult in itself, especially with the circumstances surrounding it.
Leave that to me. I say we. If this is the only avenue of possibility in trying to protect the people of Fort Champion, then I say that we head to Fortress Guark on the morrow.
There is obviously the issue of I do not support it, but well, answering her threat to give us more time.
How do you mean?
Raedra traveling to Amazanda.
I'm not against the idea personally, but Ranger herself surely should be the one to make the decision.
Well, and Ruvret, he is my commanding officer, Corporal Rallyhorn.
Of
We-
course.
Think this supposed sister of yours, Raedra, is in league with worship of Bane and such. I think anything that fulfills what she desires is not going to be good for us. And she sort of looks towards Joan.
True, but Pierre did say maybe I should just go.
Pierre sighs and he says, I'm not particularly fond of you, Miss Abaskia, I have to say. However,
And I am not particularly fond of you, Corporal Rallyhorn.
well, I'm glad we've got an understanding at least. Yet I think I may have reacted prematurely. Seeing a black dragon can frighten a man. After what we've discovered with everything, and after talking with Liana, I do not wish to. I apologize. Is that what you want to hear?
I don't care.
Good.
You just see Ruvret being like, mm.
Hey, I had an idea. Why don't? Because you say we're not going to be allowed to go to Guark, right? Move the whole camp to Guark. But they'll have no choice if we just burn this place down. It'll be easy. Look, I can do it right now. Gets her fiery hands around it, ready.
The trouble is, Miss Wins, you might be. Well, I wouldn't want to say what would happen to you if they found out.
Oh, they don't need to know it was me. You know, accidental fires happen all the time.
Not sure it would look particularly great on the commander if he let Fort Champion burn to the ground before the dragon even showed up.
Oh, that's a good point. You can also set the dragon. You know, no casualties.
Rodri is like, they also said it was a black dragon, not a red dragon.
Oh,
So
you can
it's
say it was a
acid.
special black dragon.
How long would it take to reach Suzail?
Oh, Jesus. Let me have a look.
If Diligence would know it's a super long time, then she wouldn't be floating this idea. Because the deadline's like 9 days, right? Or 8 days?
So to get to Suzail, it's 300 miles.
So yeah, not possible. So she wouldn't float this idea. She'd say, if only there were a way to travel to Suzail swiftly and back again, we could perhaps hit two birds with one stone, though I hate that expression. by taking the whatever is causing this image or disguised person, sending them into Amazandar and having Raedra safe in Thuzail itself.
And what if this Raider is the false one?
Yes, Diligence, what if I am the not real Ranger? What would you do then? Knowing that you are chosen a Monitor and you are chosen a Mistra, I could just go to Asmander and tell them. So maybe I shouldn't go.
Is this something we're seriously considering? I
s-
mean, I could,
Sorry, go on, Leanna.
if you don't mind, Raedra, I could simply use magic to put this to rest now.
Go on, Diligence. Probe me as much as you want.
She would cast... Detect magic, I suppose?
Yep.
Or she'd do identify first. If you instead touch a creature while you cast this spell, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
Ooh, clever.
So, is she laying her hand on her?
Yeah, she'd have like a hand on her shoulder, and then the other hand would be making somatic gestures, and she'd be talking through the spell.
Yeah. How long does it take?
Just about
Normally
1
it would
minute.
take 11 minutes, but I've prepared it properly today.
Ooh, okay. Does he touch her? It doesn't detect magic items, does it?
No. If I touched an item, it would.
Yeah. So you can't feel any spells on her at all.
So yeah, she'd say that. There are no spells currently affecting Raedra.
I say she, I'm sure my vast wealth of military experience is, my opinion is surely to be respected and all, but my opinion is that Miss Abaska, if she truly is Miss Abaska, should remain here. If this black dragon shows up, then at least you have a bargaining chip.
Rachel looks at you, Pierre, and she's like, I actually agree.
Yeah, maybe they won't acid the place if you're just sitting in it.
I fear for the people's safety a lot more if she was not here. I doubt they will. They clearly need Miss Abaska for some kind of dark ritual or something. And they need that little thing. I doubt they'll risk killing them.
Maybe we take the dragon with us and Rodri can stay here.
That's not going to happen, Ember.
Well, why not? Seems like a good idea to me.
Well, I'm sure coming over here seemed like a good idea to you, but look how that's turned out.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, just leans over and just says, just ignore her, she's horrible.
Oh, she didn't used to be. I don't know what happened.
Sometimes people reveal their true colours through time.
Or through death, Pierre.
He's like purposely whispering this, by the way.
Oh, should have said.
I did say it. I said I whispered it at the beginning.
Yeah,
Well, you are sitting right next to her.
I meant to be whispering it.
Diligence would do the same thing she had to do to Raedra to Joan and be like, Madame Afast, is there anything you wish to share with the Major?
That I can think of.
Nothing that perhaps of religious significance?
No, I cannot think of anything of any importance.
She'd do like a.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, the
"Okay."
dream. Sorry,
There we go.
I wondered where you were going with that. I was like, what is he talking about? Yeah, she would explain it to Roofrat. No, it's not Roofrat, is it?
Yeah, it's Rupert.
Oh, is it? Sorry. I'm losing track of who everybody is at this point. Brain hurts. Yeah. And Jude just sort of explained that I think it might be warning us that something is coming, or that the parts of the land are falling into the wrong influence.
And where did you say? Well, how? Where and how do you know this?
Joan?
Sorry, what?
He said, where and how do you know this?
Oh, sorry. I thought. No, sorry. Well, I'm not exact. It is somewhere around Fort Guac, and what's the other one called?
Well, just things out to the west, as well as Amazanda itself.
Amazanda, yeah, that was it. And Amazanda, and somewhere out to the west as well. A monitor told me in a dream.
It's like, I'm not obviously a religious man, but I trust in your judgment, as a lot of people in the camp do.
Joan inside is like, woot woot.
Either way, it seems like Fort Guac should be our destination. Reinforcements, perhaps a corruption within. And I say Miss LeBlanc herself agrees with me. Miss Abaskia wishes to stay here and act as a defensive method against any attack. I see that there is no other alternative.
You make a good point, Corporal Rallyhorn. And he starts scribbling something on the. He sort of pulls out a form from this sort of folder he has here, and starts scribbling it out, and writes his name. It's like, this is a passport to Fortress Guac. You will need it when approaching. And he sort of shoves it out into the middle of the table.
Very good. Liana?
Yeah, Diligence will pick it up.
Rodri's like, well, if I'm not travelling with you anymore, I'd better make myself useful around camp, right, Major? And he's like, sure. Go and see what some of the recruits are doing. And Rodri sort of leans down, and she's like, if you're going to Fortress Guac, you might want to talk to Katia. She told me something pretty interesting about it. She wanted me to take care of it, but seeing as I'm not going, you might as well ask her yourself. Goodbye, everyone.
Have a
See you
lovely
later.
day.
Stay safe, Rajdra.
The steel light moves up into her seat.
Well, if that is all, Major, then I think I must rest before this evening.
Well, we haven't discussed who you planning. Well, you can take someone with you if you wish.
Yeah, kind of looks around and says,
Drugs. Whoever wants to come, I guess. Whoever's interested in Fort Clark.
Would you want to bring Dewey with you?
Yeah, kind of dampens my style, But maybe he'll want to come. You can ask him.
as long as he doesn't bring that Clodo man with him. I'm not sure I could tolerate the talk of the jelly love for 2 days on the road.
That's right. Just distract him with jelly boots.
Revert stands up and he's like, well, let me know who you wish to take tomorrow morning, and do consider helping the people around the camp if they may not all seem like much, but I'm sure whatever they have to do is useful to us somehow, as Lucille demonstrated with the Major's Tower.
Oh,
Lucio's
does the...
like, oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go on, Ember.
I was just going to ask him, is the thing above lit yet? Oh, I really want to light it.
Ah, well, maybe you'll find out when you go to Fortress Guark. You might get a little bit of insight into the military strategy that's going on. It can't be too long now.
Oh. Well, I want to be the one to do it, so don't let them do it before I get back.
Okay, well, I won't. Hopefully we won't need to do it before you're all back. Hopefully you'll be here when the assault takes place.
Maybe. Guess it depends on how speedy we are.
Yes, well, it doesn't take long to get to Fortress Guark, but I can't speak for how the higher-ups might react.
Hmm.
And with
Yeah.
that, he
Have we
would
been there
also-
before?
No, you haven't.
Okay. We went to the other one, didn't we?
Yeah, the little one.
Yeah.
Well, I bid you all adieu. I am going to have a nap. And he just heads towards his room.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to it.
Which spells are those spells are level that you can cast, Tom?
Fly, haste, chill touch, obviously. Fear. I think that's it.
You get that?
I mean, haste and fly is pretty ridiculous,
Yeah. Very good.
but neither of them are conjuration, so they'll both require.
Diamonds.
Yeah, both require 6 hours and 150 gold worth of materials.
Expensive.
Page me
Yep.
up, baby.
Being a wizard is not cheap. And also, Diligence wants to dedicate some time to trying to figure out how to get Blaze back.
Yeah. No idea.
If I cast Fire and Familiar and halfway through you cast Fireball on the ritual, then that's how Blaze comes back.
It's a possibility. Two fireballs though, yeah? Very powerful, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, twin them. Can you twin a fireball?
Jesus, no.
You can't.
How
Sadly.
thoroughly unbelievably
Yeah.
busted.
You can quicken it though, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you can quicken it.
Cool. Right, so what are you guys doing for the rest of the day?
Diligence wants to see if she can cast Find Familiar to bring Chatterpie back, and in the process, talk Ember through it, and maybe try and have a brainstorm about how they might bring Blaze back.
Okay. Would they be doing that in this little room down here?
What we're doing Clodo before.
Or Clydo would have left now. That's
Then-
kind of a magic
Then
room.
yes. Yes, they would do the magic in the magic room.
Magic in the magic.
I feel like Dewey would be watching from the box.
Yeah, she'd encourage Dewey to be there, yeah. Where's my Diligence gone? Okay. Zip. Zip. So yeah, she'd be talking Ember through what's going on and the materials involved and the fact that it takes time. I'm sure Ember would find it very boring.
Yeah, you see it yawning a couple of times. It's like, well, last time I did it, I used fire. And I made shapes with the fire. Do I need to do that as well?
Well, the spell usually is quite detailed and practiced. There is a known way to do it. You draw out the runes and you burn the incense in the brazier, and you call to the the entity. I guess there's burning involved. Maybe that's a contact point. Perhaps you could do your own version, burning something
Mm, I
more.
need to sit in the middle of the circle or on the outside of the circle.
Usually I stay to the outside, but I suppose you could do it from the middle. Just be careful not to sit on the brazier. That would be unpleasant.
She sits in the middle, crosses her legs. She sort of flicks her tail around the sides. She's like doing the om. Do we need to do this? Om.
That's more of a spiritual thing.
Oh, okay.
Magic for me is academic. It is about proofing, showing equations, how things fit together, and drawing on the known quantities of reality to bend them to your will.
Hmm.
The whole
That makes
thing is
sense
more
to me.
about self-realization, I suppose.
So it's maybe a different noise. Maybe it's like okay. You know, like fire.
Maybe.
Ember,
Crackling of fire.
do it like the jaguar then.
Well, hiss like them? No.
I am the thing of fire.
Oh, I
Like
could
that.
do that. I could do that. Do you think that would work, Diligent?
Sure, perhaps.
Okay, wait, hang on. She like stands up in the middle of the circle and she's like puts her hands in the air. I am the thing of fire. She does a load of fire around her.
Yeah, and it's impressive with the fire. Diligence.
Yeah.
Roll an Arcana check.
Yeah.
See if there's a way that you think that this might help.
Fuck. 11.
You kind of look at Ember, and it's like she's not like she seems to be like gesturing all around. She's not like focused on anything. Maybe
Yeah.
it'll help if she's focused on something.
What do you think, Diligence? Do you think that would work if I do it maybe even bigger?
I think, Ember, you have so much power about you, but it needs to be focused. If I just kind of desperately thinking of what could keep Ember occupied. She conjures a Rubik's Cube.
You see Lucille's like, but
Shit.
Dewey. So, what, do you want me to do one for Dewey as he's watching? You might
Sure,
give you a
yeah.
clue.
I think I have an idea though. But yeah, do one for Dewey.
He's looking at Lucille, and they're both like,
Diligence would conjure. Like there's limitations to what she can conjure in terms of size and weight. No larger than 3 foot on a side and no more than 10 pounds. So it's actually quite significant. But she would conjure like a board of wood, and in the grain of the wood is her best, and she's not an artist, but her best impression of what blaze looks like. But it's
Okay.
quite like fuzzy, and she would say to Ember, perhaps you could, and this is assuming Diligence has seen Ember's pyrography at all.
Ooh, I like that.
Puts it down next to brazier. So should I do it from a distance or should I use my claw? I usually use my claw to pyrography everything, but
I think as close as you can, so all you can see is blaze, and you can smell the smell of the burning wood and think of all your happiest moments with Blaze and playing with him and the color of his fur and the shape of his little face.
Okay, that's a good idea. And she sort of leans over this board and starts filling it out. But she does set the whole board aflame at the same time. So,
As you set on fire,
yeah.
you see one of the coals drop from the brazier, and as you do it, it seems to do something more than it did before, like something very slightly magical as this coal hits it from the brazier.
Diligence.
See her focusing really hard on this picture.
Diligence, do an Arcana check again.
Yep. Yep.
You think it needs some sort of material component, and whatever the coal was seemed to have some effect.
Yeah, Diligence would... I don't think she's as messy as that, but she would she would wrap her hands in thick cloth, use her coat if she has to, hold the brazier and like tip some of the ash and coal from it like onto the edges of the board and see if that seems to have any effect, whether it heightens anything.
Is this a new board?
No, this is the same board, so it's probably going up in quite significant flame at this point.
Okay.
And she'd sort of call over her shoulder like, be ready, Dewey, we may need your talents.
Alright, Diligence. So,
Yeah.
as you pour the coals on and the ash on, something seems to start happening, but it almost like as it gets to a certain point, it like starts rewinding. You almost think you need something else, something to really focus it. Like you feel kind of close, but you're like, yeah.
I'm focusing really hard, Diligence. Is it working?
That's good, Ember. It's working very well. Diligence kind of casts her eyes around. She's wondering if it needs fuel, if it needs already like essence of fire, like something that's burnt or...
So I'd say with the Arcana you had before, like, coal and like, you think you might need something to properly focus it, like some sort of gemstone, like as well as all that other stuff.
Okay. In that case, I don't have a gem. You pick up some gems?
You did pick up some gems.
Ember did.
Chatterpie, I remember, picked up a gem or two, or was like playing with them.
You found a load of them at one point.
Remember what it was? 'Cause I didn't write it down.
Ember, can you wait? Lucille, can you head to the forge and ask Mistress there if you could have this much coal? And she'd like hold out her hands. Be safe in carrying it.
Alright, Diligence. And she'd go and bring back up this whole sack of coal, and Dewey like sees her at the door and like runs to help with it, and they like just kind of dump it on the ground here.
Nice. Diligence would move over to it and start like placing pieces of coal in it, like almost to mimic the normal runic drawings that she'd do with chalk and such on the floor. She'd now trace over the lines in like black lines of coal, and then place lumps inside, and then she'd say to Ember, Ember, you remember the gems we got in the tower?
Yeah.
Can you pick the shiniest, best, though your favorite shiny gem from them, and place it right in the middle where Blaze's heart would be on your drawing?
Okay, but I would have to stop focusing. You see, she's already stopped focusing and she's looking around.
Yes, that's fine. Just be quick.
Okay. She goes to the little pile, picks out probably the most orangey, reddish one. Assuming there is one. And then jumps back to the circle. She's like, "Oh no, the board is nearly gone." And she like does a little. Oh, what have I got? There's a little control flames, minor illusion of blazing fire again on top of the board that's disappearing.
Okay.
Quickly puts the little gem.
So
Yeah,
as you
Diligence
start, as the fire reaches the gem, immediately the whole thing just completely sets alight in like a small fireball, like not hurting you, but like almost pushing you back. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, and
Diligence tumbles back.
then just left on the completely charred board, a little blaze is looking at Ember,
Fuck yeah!
Yeah.
and you can see Ember that this blaze is the exact same hue as the gem that you put on it.
Oh,
So you feel
yeah,
like if you put a different colour gem on, you could change in different colours.
that'd be cool. So like, Blaze, you came back, and he like goes up onto her lap again. Like, I missed you, and they snuggle because they.
Aw. Diligence fucking lies back on the ground, like.
It's like a
Dewey's
cartoon
like,
where
yep.
you like your face gets all blackened and your hair starts sticking.
Yep. Hands covered in black and coal, just like, sorcerers, man.
Dewey's just like, I thought he just wandered off somewhere. I didn't know he was gone.
Yes. There was a unfortunate incident. It was my fault. I made Mr. Fast charge into a door that was... It was stupid of me. I'm glad Blaze is back, Ember.
Thank you, Diligence. I think I would have been able to get him back without you.
Well, he wouldn't exist, I think, without you.
You see, he crawls up onto her shoulder, and sort of chilling, snuggling against her face, and she snuggles back.
I assume the gem gets used up, Kieran.
The gem does get used up, yeah.
Yeah.
Dewey's just like, well, if you get loads of different gems, you'll never go away. So that's good.
Yeah, at least they're not as rare as Feather. Remember that Feather, Dewey?
I do. I remember I gave one to you.
Yeah,
But-
I think that was the one I was playing with when Blaze first appeared.
But if you think maybe you did this with just a gem, what if you repeated the same thing but with a feather?
Ooh, don't know. Maybe you'd be even stronger, Blaze. It just does a little noise. Yeah. Blaze.
Lucille looks over you, Diligence, and she's like, I guess this is why you were chosen, Diligence. That was very intuitive.
Thank you, Lucille. And thank you for fetching the coal. I meant to speak to you. I was wondering if you'd be willing to be here with Raedra. I want someone, a proper representative of the War Wizards and of Mistra to be here and look after things.
Well, I thought I should stay too. I assumed you were going to write a note to Master Appendorf, and well, he might come
Yes,
while
if
you're
you want,
away.
if you wanted to do the same, I would take it with me.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on Miss LeBlanc though, or Miss
Thank you,
Sebastian,
Lucille.
whatever her name is.
You need to keep up your studies in the meantime.
Can't look out the window.
Yeah, don't blame her.
I'll try.
All right. If you'll all excuse me, I'm going to go and conduct the ritual for Chatterpie now. Not for the first time. And she'd
Sorry,
gather up some
sorry for
materials.
delaying your Diligence from getting Chatterpie back.
Don't be silly, Ember. It is a joy to see little Blaze again.
Oh, I think he's glad to see you as well. He does a little wave.
She'd scratch him on the head with Mage Hand from afar as she's walking out.
Dewey goes over to Ember. He's like, if I had a little friend like yours, Ember, what do you think it would be? Like a water rat or something?
Maybe not a rat. Maybe it'd be like a water, a water snake, maybe. Don't know.
Snake.
Yeah, snakes. Snakes are cute.
Well, I feel like
Remember
I
that
can't.
one time that climbed up the tree and it nearly got your face? Do you remember that?
I try not to remember, but you always bring it up.
Yeah, that's because it was really funny.
Well, you and Bully thought it was at least, so good for something. Alright.
You know, maybe like an otter or something. That'd be cute.
Oh yes, it just wouldn't have anywhere to play. That's kind of. But then I suppose Blaze doesn't have anywhere to play except these very dry and brittle planks.
Oh, he does love to play on the dry, brittle planks.
The good thing is you can always see where he's been because he leaves those little footprints everywhere.
I know, they're cute, aren't they? You know, he does pyrography as well.
Maybe you can teach him some of your skills.
Or maybe he can do like a little portrait prince.
Maybe he's the next best thing in the art world.
Or maybe we can combine our efforts, Blaze, and then we can make the best art.
Oh.
I imagine during this time, Pierre might have been looking for Ember. And maybe
Okay.
like sort of turn up and then be like, "Ah, Miss Wins, I was the cat's back."
Yeah, and he missed you as well.
I'm pleased for you. Good day, Dewey. How goes it?
It goes well, Pierre. I've been learning a lot of, the books and Lucille and Ember, surprisingly, and Diligence, of course.
Well, very good. Miss Wins, I was hoping I could call you upon for a favour that you owe me.
Oh, hang on. You're gonna have to remind me of the favour.
Well, you know, in the tower we had that little competition, and who won on the dice would cook the other dinner.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm kind of glad I won. You know, I make the best food, so.
Yeah, well, precisely. Well, I was hoping,
Well, I mean,
I'm kind of leans in, like slightly embarrassed, and he's like,
yes, go on.
I am,
You want burnt food, don't you? I knew it.
yes,
He doesn't make as good
well,
as burnt food as I do.
me and, Miss Afas are, going to dinner tonight, and I wondered if you'd, agree to cook for us.
You just hear Dewey across the room, it's like,
Pierre shoots him a look.
Yeah, of course. If you wanted it today, what? I suppose you wanted that burnt. What was it? Asparagus? I can't remember what you had
that would
before.
be, and then the cauliflower as well. Mwah.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's do it. I'm ready. Blaze is ready. Blaze can be my little sous chef.
Okay, well, I'll see you this evening, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll start preparing it now. To be honest, I need to cut it all up. I need to
of course.
start
I'll let
cooking it.
the master do her work.
Dewey shouts out the room to Ember. He's like, you should call it molten cheese cauliflower. I mean, you can hear like
Oh.
Lucille and Dewey laughing in the room.
That's a good idea.
Well, good day, everyone. I have to check on, yes, and he just sort of leaves a bit awkwardly.
Check on my penis.
See you later.
Still there, thank God.
Pierre wants to go check on Mullins and, what's his face?
Yeah,
Titus.
as you approach, you can see Mullins is like they've both got pairs of those sunglasses on that you can't see through.
Ah, of course, the Pierre Patrol. How goes
Hey.
it?
Hey man, Pierre Patrol. Like the sound of that, we could be called the PP.
Yes, perfect. The perfect name for a perfect duo. Mullins and Titus.
Here you go, man. I got you a pair as well. And you can add Mullins sunglasses to your inventory, Pierre.
Holy crap, yep. Is that an actual item?
No. I will make it after, and you can see what it is next
Yeah, do that. Oh, of course, yes. I look quite fetching. How did the date go, Titus?
Well, it actually went quite well, Pierre. I was glad she came back at least.
Well, yes, she's quite a feisty one.
Did see her hanging around in there with the Tabaxi man?
Oh yes, Dewey. He's a good fella.
But is he too good? Is that the thing, Pierre? Is he trying to whisk her away from me?
Well, it is down to you, Titus. She is a woman with her own, just like any of us. She's got her own autonomy. She can choose to be with who she wants. But if you're the man truly for her, then you better make sure she knows so.
Chad is like, well, man, don't think you have to worry with old Dewey. Gives him a wink.
Is he doing that to Titus?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just kind of raises his eyebrow. Pierre, he's like, well, yes, the best advice from the best man. Well, I'll leave you two to it. You look like busy soldiers.
You gonna wear the sunglasses, man?
Yes, later, Mullins. I have an arrangement to attend to first.
Have fun with that, man.
Yeah,
I hope it's pound and bruise.
Got along.
Okay. Does anyone want to do anything before Pierre and Joan meet up for dinner in the evening?
That is down to whether Diligence has the materials to start copying spells in. I got the money, but I don't know how you want to play it.
Mhm. So I think she knows she can buy more from Guark. But I'd say, like, on her, she'd probably have enough for 3 spells to copy in.
So I'm going to remove the money.
But with that, you're using them all up.
Well, I don't have enough time to do all of them yet.
Yeah.
The first one's going to take me 6 hours.
So you can record whatever 3... I guess it'd be second spells worth of stuff. If you know what I mean. Because don't you need more components for harder spells?
You need, yeah. So you're saying I've got like 6 levels of spells worth of stuff on me. Okay,
exactly.
Cool. I will remove 300 gold then, just to get that out of the way now.
Yeah,
Boop.
and you can add whatever the paper and ink components are to her inventory that she's got left from that.
Cool.
And then that's like all of Fort's
yep.
arcane materials.
I'll do it as a custom item. Add custom item. Cool, thank you very much. So she will be locked in her room. She's summoned Chatterpie back. She's brought some food up to herself to snack on, and she's just fucking going to town.
Okay.
Copying the spell. Ooh, haste or fly. Haste or fly.
Haste, definitely.
Haste into her spellbook.
I definitely think it should be like the old versions where haste ages you. That'd be awesome.
Oh, that's such a cool thing. I didn't even know that was a thing. Spellbook. Add spell. Cool, that's me.
I like a few
She's just-
seconds.
I think it's like a year. Like in first edition, it might be a year.
That's so cool. There's like a proper cost to it.
Never use it then. God.
Use it all the time. Especially if you're an elf, you'd be like, yeah, I don't give a shit.
There's a book
You're an
series.
outcock for those. Jesus.
Yeah, true.
There's a book series. I can't remember what it's called, but when you cast spells, it ages you. So like all the best like spellcasters are like 25, but they look like 80.
Okay, now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Ember has been making food since Pierre asked her to, and she's been burning it all. And Blaze got bored after about 10 minutes and laid down on this box.
Would she have asked Raziza for help?
Probably not.
would've-
This is her favour for Pierre.
Okay. Raziza would have been in the kitchen, like going around, and she would have been asking, like, "What are you doing, Ember?"
I am making this burnt asparagus because I think Pierre liked this one very much last time. And also, well, this bit has to go, and she like just incinerates the green bits on the carrot.
She kind of looks down.
Chars the orange bit.
Do you need any help? I'm not that busy at the moment. I could help you if you wanted.
You don't have to. This is just my favour for Pierre.
Oh, it's only for one then.
Oh, yeah. Well, for two. I think he's going on a date.
A date? With who?
Yeah. I think it was Joan.
Jane and Pierre in an item?
Yeah, they've been weird together. I'm not sure what's going on.
Goes up close to you. She's like, I never. Well. She kind of points. She points at Clodo. She's like, who do you think he likes?
Probably Jelly.
You're right, Ember. Well, if it's your stuff for him, then well.
Well, I mean, you can cook for everyone else. I'm going to focus on just these two.
Okay. Well, if you need any help, I'll be, around.
Thanks. And then she just like picks up a bit of meat and just like stands there with fire on it.
Just like.
Yep. Fireballs the bit of chicken.
Imagine that. Hang on, I'm just looking at something a sec. Where is it? He sees. No. So as you're doing that, Ember, she sort of like sidles up to you.
Yeah.
And she's like, Ember,
Yeah.
I know that you like go out to camp and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm planning on entering this thing next year. It's King Forrell's personal chef, and Rodri told me that his favourite food is eel and snail soup, and I wanted to try and make this really nice fish sauce for them, and I've heard that to the northwest there's this place called the River Tirac, and apparently it's got the nicest eel in the whole land, and there's this have you ever heard of a flail snail?
I have never heard of snail snail.
Yeah.
Well, there's if you I feel bad asking, but I know you go outside.
Yeah. Well,
Would you-
if it's nearby, I mean, well, where is it? And she
Well-
like, where is it on the map?
Ziza would like run over to this box,
Yeah.
pull out a map, and I'll quickly take you over. She's like, apparently there's. Have you heard of Fortress Quark?
Oh yeah, we're going there next, I think.
Apparently, and she pointed the map there. You see that sort of like bulb at the end.
Oh yeah.
She's like, apparently it's got the nicest eel in the whole of CORMYR there.
Oh well. Easy. Well, if it's nearby, then I'll definitely have a go.
And apparently
Is
there's a strange old fisherman there, and he knows how to get the best eel.
Oh. Well, guess I'll have to ask him, won't I? So you want an eel?
Yeah,
Is that what you want?
well, I've heard of this thing called... And she kind of looks around like she's thinking he's being an idiot. Apparently there's this thing in there, and I don't know how many there are, or if they even exist at all, but it's called a dragon eel.
Oh, a dragon eel.
Yeah, I don't really know what it is, but it sounds cool, doesn't it?
It sounds like it'll make a really exotic burnt dish.
Well, exactly. And then, I don't know where the flail snails are, but if you see any, I'd really appreciate if you brought the meat back so I can make a nice stock out of it.
Well, I'll definitely keep my eyes peeled. And so will Blaze, won't you, Blaze? And he just, like, looks up briefly and looks back down.
She looks at him and she's like, good job, Blaze. I also heard that the flail snails shells sell for a lot. I don't want that, but I thought it might be enticing if you ever saw one.
Maybe.
Well-
I'll definitely keep it in mind. Well, we're going there next, so hopefully they don't spoil on the way back, though.
Well, as long as you do it quickly, I'll be able to reduce it down, and then I can probably get your brother to freeze it for me or something. And then next year I
maybe.
can be the adamantine chef!
Well, maybe. Definitely will those exotic ingredients, though.
Well, Ember, Thank you. I do have a little reward if you come back with it. It's only money, but my grandma will be happy as well. So, but she's dead, so like from the grave, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Don't feel obligated, but just keep it in mind.
I'll keep it in mind. If we go near there, I'll definitely have a look. But obviously, I'm not in charge of the group, so we might not.
I know, but I know you don't like getting wet either, so.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Maybe I'll have Dewey do it all. Dewey's coming on the next one. I'm going to tell him now.
Yeah, we can send him in.
Oh, exactly. He loves water. Flops around like a fish himself.
I mean, even if you don't catch the eel, you probably catch a lot of other stuff there. I don't know how useful that would be.
Maybe. I mean, we are kind of low on other rations,
Yeah.
Well, try some stuff for us.
The strange old fisherman should be there. That's what I've heard. Well, I hope Rodri's right. I hope that it is King Forrel's favourite.
Maybe you should ask him, like, send him a letter, maybe yourself. Find out.
The king?
Yeah.
Oh. But he might not reply, and then it might be bad. Then he might look at me and be like, "That's that strange little halfling gnome girl who sent me a letter about snail and eel soup," and then I'll leave.
Oh no, I don't think so. If anything, you probably just get even more interest. You're giving him attention, and no, I don't know. I don't know how your king works. That's how mine does, though. He's not a king.
He's not my king either, but I just want to be the adamantine chef because it sounds cool.
It does sound pretty cool.
Right. And she's like, "Right, I'll let you get back. I'll stop. You got clientele to impress."
Yep. Back to burning. She rubs her hands together, some sparks.
I'll show you this. There you go. Right.
Nice.
So.
That's a lot of gold. Jesus. With some fish.
Well, she did say dragon eel.
Yeah, true.
Oh yeah.
Right. Is there anything anyone else wants to do before Ember serves it up?
Don't think so.
No, I'm waiting for the date. I'm ready for my romance TV.
Where would they have sat themselves?
I think first Pierre would probably go and fetch Joan from her room, assumably, if that's where she would be.
Yeah, that's where she would be.
Yeah, so Pierre would probably knock on her door and just be like, "Miss Farce, your champion awaits."
Yeah. She would. I don't know. She would have made a bit more of an effort.
Yeah, I think Pierre would have probably used disguise self to make, because he probably doesn't have any decent clothes here, but he's probably I imagine maybe got the an orange suit from Dumb and Dumber.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he just says, "Are you looking quite fetching this evening?"
Must see, she would actually be wearing a dress for once.
Oh shit! He would look pretty kind of shocked at that, and be like, "Joan, I've never seen you without your armor on. I did not mean like that."
Yes, well, it is nice to be casual sometimes, no?
I agree. As you can tell, my fine suit, I'm afraid, is just a simple illusion. But my father was always the one who liked to keep the suits on lock and key, if you will.
I see. Why?
Well, he was a man all about appearances.
I see. Well, appearances can be important, but they are not everything.
Very true. And well, shall we? Miss Windsor's cooking for us tonight.
This could be interesting.
Yes,
and probably very blunt.
most possibly, yes. But you know, she's. I'll give her full credit. She's cooked up a delicious meal in her time since studying with Raziza.
I will reserve judgment.
And smiles and says, "She's I think Liana managed to help her bring the little cat thing back. If you didn't see it.
Oh, Ace is back. Oh, that is exciting.
Yes, lovely creature. Well, and he would kind of like maybe up to like this table up here, Kieran.
Which one?
Like this one maybe.
Would they go outside or would they go in the tavern?
It's a good question. I suppose how busy the tavern is, I suppose.
And what
It
the
is-
weather's like.
It is empty and it is cloudy, but not raining.
Yeah, let's go inside then, I reckon.
Yeah.
So I think as Jane walked past, you would have seen Mullins and Titus like look over and be like, "Hmm?" You would have seen Uriel and Gilly like look at Joan as they went past.
Why is that so funny?
At the campfire. The table here wouldn't have even noticed, but it's full of the losers. Yeah.
This one's the loser table.
Clody's not a loser. He's a cool man.
Big boy Clodo.
They do this flavour called loser jelly.
Well,
Sit yourself down. You can see Scuzz at the bar.
a round of drinks, please, sir. Scott.
What do you want?
I'll have what do they serve again? I can't remember.
It's
Where is
Fort-
it?
in Fort Champion.
Kieran's
Okay.
like, oh my god, will you look at the menu?
I'll have Aranish and Joe.
I haven't got that far yet.
I think it's up at the
Fort
feast.
Champion, the feast, and then there's the drinks are at the top. There's 4. There's Aranish, there's black one, there's Art Dark, which is a dark red wine, and there's Spruce Beer.
I'll go with Aranish. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Scuzz comes over and it's like, your drinks. Kind of looks at both of you,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
gives you the eyes, and then walks back, and then stands at the bar, wiping a glass, looking over at you both.
Well, this is a bit awkward, isn't it? Just me?
Yes. Somehow even more awkward than I thought it was going to be.
Well, you know, I always aim to impress, I suppose.
I don't mean it like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm not used to this whole socializing thing. I'm used to people talking to me as a part of the mission, and that being... It is strange to me for someone to talk to me out of pure want.
That is honestly surprising. And kind of sad. You don't mind me saying?
Well, that is life as a cleric, I think. I devoted myself to a monitor, and it became everything to me, but the sad consequence of that is that it became everything to me.
Do you ever wish your life had gone down a different path, or?
I don't know. I'm still young, but I don't know what a monitor means for me anymore. What his chosen path for me is anymore.
He clearly has a lot of faith in you. And that dream seemed evident of that. Not everyone receives dreams from the gods.
Well, this is true. I forget this. But,
Must be doing something right now.
and at that she's like, oh shit, yeah, no, don't forget you're not supposed to fall in love with this guy.
Mhm.
And oh, yes, I think you're right. Yes, must be something keeping him happy. What about you? Do you ever wish to have taken the path less trodden?
I to be honest, no. Things. Obviously, I have regrets, but and I would do certain things differently. But in general, I'm quite happy with the life I chose. I think if I had chosen a different path, then I would be just like my father. I would be a man fully consumed by his own narcissism.
Well, it is always good to be reminded of that, I think, sometimes. And I think it is very wise of you to understand your relationship with your father so clearly.
Well, I was lucky. I had friends like Liana and Bobby and Toby and many others to keep me on the straight, as it were. But
Oh yes, I'm sorry. How are you finding life without Toby?
he kind of quietens slightly and he says, that wound is not healed, not even close. But
I'm not sure it ever will.
no. But let's this is a romantic dinner, I suppose. If you want,
Jones,
if you want it to be.
Jones, like, uh, y- yes, is it? Is that? She's just like fucking panicking, like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
this can just be a thing between friends, if you prefer.
Well,
I suppose I've been attracted to you for some time. And after everything with Toby, and seeing a black dragon, life's too short to just sit around and make jokes. I think is what I've realized. So I sit here. And then he
I
sort of
think
starts drinking really quickly.
At the other table, you can hear Barad. He's like, yeah, and that's when the raptors, and this guy's like, oh yeah, and it's like
Fuck.
that's the ambience behind you.
Oh my god, Kieran wants to be buried with an intelligent raptor toy.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, yes, I have definitely found myself very interested in you, Mr. Reddyhorn. As I say, I don't know what's well. This is what worries me. I worry that a monitor wants something different from me, but
I am. You said about yourself and Uriel and what happened, and I have no intention of interfering with your faith, Joe.
no, I know. I appreciate that. I I honestly think that with Uriel, it was just a case of knowing something is not right for you and not choosing to do it anyway. But
I can respect that.
I will be honest with you. Relationships are not something I have had before. And I don't know if it is something I wanted to enter into so casually.
Of course.
I realize that makes it sound incredibly heavy. I don't mean it like that.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to make my intentions clear. I suppose you don't have to commit to anything. This is simply two friends sitting down for a meal and a drink and yes, but I just wanted to make sure this is
Yes, and
yeah.
yes, she'd look at him and be like, yes, and seeing where things go, and give him like a big smile.
Yeah, yes, precisely. I blast you. You're the only person I find myself stumbling over my words for.
I think perhaps I may have given kind of the wrong impression to begin with.
Ember walks in at this point with the starters, and she's carrying one on one hand, and Blaze has got the other one on his back.
Oh.
She puts it down in front of you, yeah, and Blaze sort of kind of tries to jump up, but he's gonna spill it, and it's wobbling, and looks at you,
Ah,
Joe.
Ember.
I got the starters for you. It's charred asparagus.
Oh, thank you, Ember. My favorite.
Joan would say, "Thank you, Ember. Thank you, Blaze," and give him a little pat.
Yes, thank you, Blaze. Lovely.
Good boy, Blaze. Let's go get their main meals now. That won't take long to eat. And you like waddles along.
And Joan's just there, like, just thinking, "Oh my God, what do I say?"
Yeah.
Ember, could you quickly do a cook's tools? So wisdom.
Yep.
Is she proficient in it? I can't even remember.
Can't really remember, to be honest.
It's saying your proficiencies.
Well, it's not in there, so probably not.
Yeah, so just your wisdom.
Just wisdom, okay. Wisdom.
It's actually, yeah, the food set in front of you is pretty damn good, besides Blaze spilling it everywhere.
I'll give it to Ember. She certainly knows how to char an asparagus.
Yeah, this is surprisingly delicious given how much charcoal there is on it.
Yes, quite. Pierre kind of leans back slightly in his seat and he says, you didn't give off the wrong impression. You, reacted pretty appropriately to how I treated you.
I think I'm starting to realize that, well, you said about that life is not all just about jokes all the time. Is that you, Rio?
No.
I was gonna say, awkward. While life is not just always about jokes, it's not always so serious. I mean, it obviously does have its serious moments, but it can have levity too. It does not make the day less worthwhile.
I agree. Humor is a way I get past through the day, I suppose. I think if I didn't know how to laugh and laugh at myself and others, then things would be a lot less fun, you know? And, it was, to be honest, it was pretty entertaining watching you squirm.
Yes, I'm sure it was. Well, thank you very much for turning me into a sheep. I am still very grateful for that.
Dude, he does a chef's kiss and he's like, some of my finest work, I have to say.
Joan would actually full on laugh at that, and she'd say, "Well, I think I took it for granted when, Toby. You understandably, you changed a little, but I don't think I appreciated how much you bring to the group with your levity and your fun side. Thank you for that."
I appreciate it, and I hope you know what you bring to the group as well. Your commitment and loyalty to these people is commendable, and to be honest, quite inspiring.
Well, we will. I think perhaps I need to remember sometimes that my life is my life, exactly that, and should not be lived for anybody else.
I completely agree. I think the god. I'm not an expert on the gods, but I think some people they take their piety to two extremes. I think the gods they put us on this planet, on Toril, to live our lives, to be free of I don't know. I think it's not so simple to say one god expects all of us of this and all of us of that. I think together they. Yeah, maybe I'm rambling.
No,
My personal opinion is we should live our lives not completely in the service of gods. We should live our lives as we choose to, and if the gods love us, then they'll love us as we are.
I think, if you told me that a month ago, I don't think I would have agreed with you. But I think that a Monator would be happy to see his devotees enjoying all that life has to offer.
I agree. I
Sorry, I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah.
This snap between the Blaze and
so
Hannah.
good.
Yeah, as you look over to the other table, as you Joan,
Yeah.
you see that Chad's moved to the other side of the table. He's got his sunglasses on, and he taps his sunglasses. Do a double thumbs up.
He kind of does like a shit-eating grin at him, like fuck off.
And
And
he
Joan
just
just looks at him out the corner of her eye and is like, "What the fuck does that mean?"
he starts pointing to the sunglasses again. He's like, "Yeah, put 'em on."
He's like, no. You'll have to apologise for the Pierre Patrol. They're always cheering on their valiant leader.
It's
In all
very
escapades.
impressive. Can inspire such loyalty, Monsieur Rallyholm.
Well, I certainly try.
Well, I feel like this
That's-
got very heavy very quickly. I'm sorry, I clearly have not shaken off my whole being too serious thing just yet. um,
No,
so
it is.
have you ever read the Davian Nights?
I have actually. Yes. It is.
Oh, excellent. What did you think of it?
Well, I personally thought it was one of the finer works of Mr. Millstone.
Yes,
Certainly
Yeah.
a return to form after the Millstone's Guide.
yes, I think that young girl that he is that he adopted. I think she is very talented. I think she definitely has the ability, the promise to go far.
Yes,
Can't-
Manny was her name, correct? Or something like that.
No, Mackie. I
Mackie,
think was
that's it, of course. Well,
I kind of feel like Joan would know a lot because she's on an isolated island near it that only gets trade from Waterdeep.
Yeah,
Get
that's
those Davy Millstone newsletter updates
Yeah.
each week.
What's that little cretin doing now?
yes. I read a lot about Mr. Millstone's exploits while I was living in Alaron
yes,
with my parents.
a fabulous man. A bard after my own heart, let's say.
Oh yeah, I forgot he was a bard.
Yeah, me too. He was just David.
Yeah, Davey was his own class.
Davy was just a whole new thing altogether. Was
Yep.
Pimper class?
Emma walks in again at this point. She's got dinners and she's got some charred skewered meats. Puts down yours, Pierre, And Blaze is once again carrying his. He's got a tray this time, so it doesn't spill as much.
God.
Can you do a dexterity check for the tray?
Hannah and Lewis, when you two get married, can you please have all of your food served up by red pandas?
Yes.
Oh, that would be.
What a reasonable request.
Yeah, no.
I don't make the rules, Tom. You start saying one thing in D&D, you've just got to make it real.
Right, I'll just conjure them up with my conjure animal. Stick.
Oh, no, now I want you to do that and, like, do some kind of sleight of hand magic trick where you make the pandas appear.
Oh yeah, I think he at one point it looks like he's gonna drop it, but he quickly, suavely turns it into like it's going round, but then he just like puts it on the table like expertly.
Oh, well, you're
Nice.
right. Well done, Blaze. You called it.
Does he do the red panda standing up thing when they got their arms in the air to put
Oh,
the
he
tray on the
He
table?
does that. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, with both paws. Nudging in with his head as well.
He's quite the talented little dog, isn't he?
Oh, he's not a dog, but he's a red panda. Do you know what a red panda is, Pierre?
Can't say I've ever seen one before.
Well, maybe I'll show you one day. Well, I mean, he's one right here, but I'll show you a normal one.
That would be interesting. I'm not much of an animal person, but
Well, anyway, you enjoy your skewered meats. I burnt them especially goodly.
Can you do another cooking wisdom check, please, Ember, for this course?
Oh, yep.
Nat one.
Dun, dun, dun.
Whoa.
I
Whoa.
think the majority of these skewers are just charcoal. It is difficult to tell where the wooden stick ends and the meat begins.
Well, for this, I shall draw on my own experience of my mother's personal crematorial skills.
Not her finest work. Oh
I
dear.
didn't know it was supposed to be so crunchy.
Yes. Perhaps I should have asked Caesar to cook us this time. Well, at least it's a personal meal.
Well, yeah, it is edible.
Yes.
Nonetheless,
Well,
and the asparagus.
that's one way to
delicious.
describe it, of course. Well, the asparagus certainly was. But so Joan, I have to ask. Have you? You say you have not really been with anyone before?
No, it is just one of those things that just sort of never happens.
That is.
Oh no!
Oh, fuck. Yep. Exactly.
I thought when it said lasagna, I was like, oh no, it's going to be like a burnt lasagna.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
it-
I'm looking.
In the
I
Discord.
was sorry.
Oh my god, that looks like poo.
I think that's the first time Ember's done really badly on cooking.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
you overcooked it.
Got
No.
carried away.
She's so excited.
Yeah.
Well, yes, it is. I don't know. I feel kind of awkward talking about this even, but it's just one of those things that never really happens. You know.
That is fine. Do not need to talk about it. I was just wanted to,
No.
you know, make things
No.
clear.
And Joan has gone crimson at this point.
Yeah, Pierre's pretty like looking down, like. Well, I have to ask, what's your, if you're a David Millstone fan, what's your opinion on his music?
I don't know. I think he has the voice kind of like a cat scratching at a door.
Well, yes, He was never quite the singer, but the lute player, though.
Well, yes, I can't disagree that he was talented in that area, of course.
Yes, he had master
I-
fingerwork. More way than one, some say. Careful
Jones,
of
like,
smiles.
I don't know what to say to that. But also, oh yes, I saw him play once. I went to the bar that he established in Waterdeep when I was there with my family.
You've been to
Um,
Waterdeep?
I have now. I've decided.
It does
Um,
make sense.
Yeah, no,
as
no,
it's
no,
a
yeah,
big,
yeah. It's
big
just
port city.
My father, he's in trade, and when I was a little girl, he took me along to assist him on his trade route for the season. And he took me to Jugs, and I saw Davy Millstone play in real life.
well, I'm quite jealous. I have to be honest with you. Not just the fact you've seen Mr. Millstone play in person, but I've always wanted to go to Waterdeep. They say it's the city of the free and chaotic to its core.
Jewel of the North.
Well,
That's Neverwinter, Kieran.
Oh, the other Jewel of the North.
Yeah, they do have very similar names.
Yeah, they do.
well,
Oh, City of Splendors
Yeah, there
and
you go.
Crown of the North. There you go.
I was only a child. I don't really remember, but I just remember seeing all of these wonderful things with my papa and feeling very happy. He never took any of my brothers with him. It was just a treat for John only, and he made sure that I had a special time. At that time the family were not quite such on hard times, and he would buy me little treats, little marzipan, a doll or something from all of the different places we went to
He sounds
visit.
like he sounds like a good man.
Yes, he was. Why have I suddenly decided that Joan's father's dead? That's not true, is
Ooh.
it? We have canonically had.
It can be true because your armor's from your mum. Don't feel bad. We haven't said much about her background, so don't feel bad changing stuff. As long as one of them's alive, it's fine.
Okay. Yes, he was. He was a great man. Yes. When he passed, it hit my mother very hard, and the family. She was not as talented as him at the trades, so we felt the greater force name. It kind of now holds slightly less prestige than it did, which is somewhat sad. But there we are. It is how it is sometimes, you know.
Well, look at us now. We sit around a table sharing a burnt meal with two disgraced nobles, sort of.
Yes. What do you mean, disgraced nobles?
I didn't mean anything disrespectful by it. I just meant.
No,
your-
I meant
your-
about
from-
yourself.
For me, I've sort of been what's the word? Is it like what's disinherited sort of thing? What's the word? Disavowed? Is it
What, like disgraced? What do you mean?
when like the family kind of cuts you off slightly?
Depends what
Oh.
level of cut off. I think. Like, is he disinherited? Because that means he'd lose.
Yeah,
all
probably.
his...
No, I don't think so. But I think it's like probably like
Zoned.
yeah, like
Yeah, like disowned sort of works. 'Cause it's like we never said if he has brothers or, but
I think he might be an only child in my head.
yeah, because that way, if he's been disowned,
Yeah,
he's still the heir. But they're like, oh, for
yeah.
God's sake, like yeah, disowned works. I think.
I suppose I'm somewhat disowned. At least frowned upon. Let's put it that way. I'm an only child, so I still keep the noble line, I suppose. Karen, mute your mic.
Sorry,
So loud.
Do you
I
mind?
am a DN.
Just like
You mind-
really loud. It's just like my salt on my ears. Yes, well,
You don't have to tell me if it is.
no, it's
Pain.
just, it's not painful or anything. It's just my father simply doesn't approve of my lifestyle, and my mother is no longer with us.
I'm sorry.
It is all right. Me and my mother were very close, but I've said to you before, my mother was an elf, and she was unfortunately killed in an attack with bandits between Arabelle and Suzelle.
My God, I am so sorry.
It is a highwayman's heist gone wrong. My mother would not simply back down and give them what they desired. All they wanted was gold. But she was a very strong woman, and she paid with her life for it.
Well, I admire her nobility and her force of convictions, and I see she has given you all of her best qualities. And she'd blush very violently at that and like look down at the table.
I appreciate that. It may sound completely and utterly creepy, but you remind me of her in a way.
Well,
In a good way, not in a yes.
no. I take it as a compliment. I mean, she sounds like a wonderful woman.
She really was. She would she had a. I certainly picked up my sense of humor from her. She had as much of a strong, committed woman she was also had a penchant for humorous stories. She used to, each night as she sung me to sleep, she would tell me the stories of the dreams of her former lives she used to have when she was a child, and she used to she told me she used to she wrote them down before she would forget them, as elves tend to. And she told me that one story she was a master criminal, a rogue, and she would tell me how she used to she robbed from the rich and gave to the poor, and some of the noble houses of Baldur's Gate she stole from a number of noblemen there, and well, I suppose the rest is history.
Well, that sounds amazing. It would be wonderful if you, I mean, if you'd mind sharing them. If you maybe set some of them to music and you shared them, I think they sound beautiful, and they would be a lovely tribute to her.
You think?
I think so, definitely. If anybody could do them justice, it would be you.
I did keep all her stories she wrote down. I suppose I could. I never even thought of doing so.
I would like to hear them one day when you are ready to share them.
Well, you'll be the first to hear them. I can assure you of that.
Thank you. And she gives him a very genuine, very warm smile.
Yeah, he smiles back and kind of bashfully looks down.
Yeah, they're having a moment, and then
Mhm.
I imagine Blaze just came in, and she's like, "Oh, cat,"
Yeah.
because it's like,
Blaze
"Oh,
looking around.
oh,
I imagine at the end of your little shift, Ember, Dewey's just watching you prepare food and asking awkward questions.
Yeah, she's just like, shush, Dewey, I'm trying to burn this thing. Look, it's very delicate.
Looks lovely.
And Ember is going to bring in the puddings.
Thank you, Ember.
Once again, Blaze is carrying it on his little back. He does have a tray.
genuine."
And this time it is just the leftover meat, and she's made a little pancake pile out of it and put some sugar and cranberry jam on it. She's also covered it with some alcohol so that it stays on fire like flambe.
Oh shit, that's cool.
I mean, I'm not gonna make you roll because if it's a 5 and then it's on fire,
Yeah.
it might look impressive, and it's got
Yeah.
alcohol in. But I'll say roll a wisdom if it's really high. Somehow you made it better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, somehow it is
Hey.
better. It doesn't look like much, but when they dig in, they'll like it.
Oh yeah. I hope you like it. And she takes away the plates from the skewers and is like, oh, I see. It's a bit sad you didn't like the skewers, but I like
You
everything, I
wouldn't have
guess.
said that.
Well, I assume they're just on the plate.
Oh no! That's part of Joan's personality that she was about to reveal. Is that she'd say, "Well, I have 6 brothers. I can swallow anything. I can hold my own."
Yeah, kind of eyes goes wide and it's like,
Yeah.
that's a great piece of information to know.
But I'll probably stand out the room.
They once made me drink something made out of dust and toad spawn.
Ugh.
That sounds absolutely disgusting, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it was pretty disgusting. But when you are the only girl and among 6 boys, you learn to, you just have to
Dig in.
exactly, exactly.
You would have fit quite well within the Ledoux Le Leroy. I can't fucking say that word. What is it? Leroy de la Rue, that's it.
Le Roi de la Rue. Yes, well, I think I would have somehow. I don't think of myself that way. The family standing meant so much to my mother, and especially after my father died, and we became, much more impoverished, and she'd sort of like, no, because she's not wearing her armor. Never mind. But I think we did turn out somewhat feral.
Yes, well, you should, one day maybe I could take you to Arabelle and introduce you to some of the gang, as it were.
Well, that would be nice. I have heard so much about them in your stories from yourself and from Diligence, and it would be nice to be able to meet them myself.
Yes, they are. They are a good group. You've got certainly a colourful cast of characters. Bobby himself, of course, the master merchant, rogue, whatever you want to call it.
Sorry.
I will have to tell you though, should you meet Georgette, we did briefly date, so I hope that won't be too awkward.
No, I suppose not.
And of course there's Edgar, who could drink anyone under the table.
Joan just like cracks her neck from side to side. It's like, well, challenge accepted.
I have, trust me, I have seen this one time. There was a tavern, one of the locals in Arabelle, the Hungry Boar, and well, this £500, at least £500 Goliath came in with a thick ginger beard, a balding head, and tattoos upon his stomach, and well, I would barely describe him as a human. He's more of a creature, and well, they brought out some of the strongest ale you'll find in CORMYR, and 1 drink, 2 drink, 3 drink. This Goliath was under the table, and Edgar was on his 5th.
Well, I'm willing to give it a try. That is something you have taught me, that it is sometimes worth maybe not always looking like the clever one.
Well, sometimes I think it's good to laugh at yourself, you know.
Absolutely.
I think it gives you a bit of introspection and humility, I suppose.
Yes, it's definitely something I could do with a lot more.
Well, I can turn you into a sheep any time you like, you know.
Thank you. Something tells me you will find a way to laugh at me even without turning me into a sheep.
I mean,
Well, actually, no. It was quite an improvement.
he laughs and just says, "Well, you were so woolly, I couldn't help myself but just rub my hands all along that lie. It's just the feel of wool."
Yes, I remember that. I never thought I'd see an elf get so handsy with a sheep in my life.
Well, you know, so do they say about us Arabelle folk.
Well, I have always wanted hair that thick.
Well.
Have Gilly and Uriel actually come in now?
Yes, they have. And they seem to have sat on the opposite end of a table from where you're sitting.
Why?
Up in the tower in her room is the gentle sound of the left rune's connected to the right rune. The right rune's connected to the...
Seems we've got a bit of company.
Yeah, as you've been going, this tavern's been filling up with people.
I barely
Wasn't
noticed.
Gilly trying to seduce Uriel the last time we saw her?
It wasn't clear, you couldn't really tell, but since then you have seen them hanging around quite a bit. He's probably been in here over an hour now, and it's the time everyone gets off duty.
I think certainly got busy without us realising.
Yes, well, as they say, time flies.
Yes. Well, I suppose we've got an early start tomorrow. Unless you would rather play it dangerously and live life a little tonight. I did not mean that in a weird way, by the way. I more was referring to, and he kind of looks over at Mulin, so I imagine it's probably dancing on the fucking table at this point.
Yeah, Mulin seems to be looking over at you, Pierre, and then every few minutes he's whispering to Titus and Lucille.
Okay. Is there anyone dancing in the pub or anything?
No, it's quite restrained. It's only it's like a weekday night.
Okay. Said unless you want to, make a night of it and liven this place up a little bit.
Go on, Monsieur Alihon. Teach me how to live a little.
Mulin's is clearly saying what's going on and telling these two.
Pierre will get to his feet then. He says, "Well, I've always wanted to try this one-handed," and he's going to try and play his lute the finger tapping that Eddie Van Halen does on his top of the thing to
yeah.
With one hand, and at the other hand he's going to try and take Joan's hand and pull her up and then start trying to dance with her quite close to him.
If he's doing that, Barad would shout out and he'd be like, "Do a song about the raptors."
Okay, I'm going to attempt to sing a song about the raptors.
And that was the night I died and went to heaven.
Going to do a performance check. It's a 19.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Pierre's going to sing, "The raptors are so clever, and they go throughout the stone lands."
And then Barad's like, "And they're real." And stands on the table.
They're definitely real, but maybe not so.
"And if you don't believe me, you'll squeal." And he sits down.
Not my finest work, but
You can tell Barad's a bit drunk at this point, and you can see that the kids across the cable yeah, and Catty is just
Yeah, Pierre is just he's just going to be like dancing with Joan while trying to play one-handed on his lute, and eventually I think he'd maybe like try and get people who'd like to into like a sing-song sort of thing, and when the sort of atmosphere picked up, he'd sort of throw his lute back onto the table and just sort of properly dance with Joan.
Can I do a performance check to see how good Joan is at dancing?
Of course.
Because I think she's shit.
Because Davey has advantage on his dancing, doesn't he?
Oh yeah.
He did pretty good.
So, yeah.
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 So I'd say Pierre's definitely leading, but you're keeping up. Like, it might not be flashy, but she's like making the right movements.
I think Joan's feeling like quite embarrassed now and is like, I don't know how to do this. Get me back to trying to drink someone under the table and arm wrestle them.
Yeah, Pierre's just trying to like being like, come on, let's live a little sort of thing, and then just sort of like jumping up onto the thing, and then like he's like leading her along this way towards Jilly and Uriel, and just being like, good day kind of thing, and just being like super embarrassing. And
At this point, you see this little kid go up to the bar, and he's like, "Can I have a spruce beer?" And she's like, "Yeah." And just pours him out a whole pint. He's like, "Oh, thanks." Goes sit down, and he's like, "Actually, can I have another one?" And then she's like, "Humans," and pours him like another one. He gives it to his sister and sits down.
amazing.
Put
Nice.
her in the middle. No spruce beer for you.
He's got like 3 next to him.
Oh, okay.
He's slightly up. This guy looks 12. She looks about 13. He looks about 15.
Oh, I thought you were going to say like 35. Like, why is this fucking loser hanging around with a load of kids? Is there a lake at the fort or wherever
No.
we are?
There's not many water sources anywhere nearby, except the well. Except the well.
You could take a
No.
stroll down to the new ballista.
The what?
The new ballista.
What the hell is a
It's
ballista?
like a very big crossbow.
Romantic.
You go to the
Just
top of the
installed.
tower where the fire is.
Oh, is there?
Well,
Yeah,
I don't
it
think it's
won't.
lit.
It won't
but...
be on fire because it's for reasons. It's like a signal
Oh.
tower.
But would it be good for stargazing?
Yes, it would. Except the thunderstorms at Amazanda.
That's pretty far though, right?
I mean, pretty far is like. I mean, I could see Blackpool Tower from.
No, you
Manchester.
could still see it, but it would, it wouldn't like.
It's about 50 miles, so yeah, it's about the same as Blackpool Tower.
Yeah, it wouldn't. It would be like.
Oh my god,
I
Kira made Blackpool Tower in
I
D&D.
remember going on a walk with Hannah's parents and me and Hannah. I was like, "Is that Blackpool Tower?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I was like, "I didn't know you could see that far." They were like, "What the fuck? This guy's meant to be smart."
And they learn a hard lesson that day.
I didn't know that, yeah. They're going up then.
I think after maybe they'd been there. What sort of time in the evening is it?
It would
Is it-
be probably about 10:30.
Yeah, Joan would suggest, let's go and have a look at the stars, kind of thing, because she
Yeah.
doesn't really want this to end. I mean, only if you want to, of course.
I would absolutely love to.
Okay.
Kieran, can I roll a stargazing check?
Oh yeah, hang on. I'll do a.
Multi-class into Druid of the Stars.
I'm tempted to say Arcana because I feel like star signs and magic
Hmm.
would be very linked.
Mm.
At least in Skyrim they are.
Oh my god.
Kieran's been
Oh,
playing
wow,
a lot of
yeah,
Skyrim.
Yeah, do Arcana or Nature.
I'm gonna do nature and hope I get better than that. You can take whichever one of them you like.
Constellations. They must exist in there. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, Joan, as you're looking up, you see a constellation which you're very familiar with, called Amonitor's Belt.
Oh,
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It's a bit like Orion's Belt, but it's called Amonitor's Belt.
she pointed out to Pierre. That was my first constellation.
it is. I forget how many stars you can see out here.
Yeah, it was. Sorry, go on.
When you've grown up in a city like Arabelle, the lights they block them out a little.
No, you should see my home on Alaron. There is not a light for miles, and the stars. And sometimes the moon is so clear it is almost like it is the daytime.
You could write songs about such beauty.
It is a beautiful place. I don't know if I will. I don't know if I will ever go back. I long to see my family, of course, but it is such a small place. I don't know if I can ever fit my dreams back into being there.
He kind of nods and just says, I understand, but I wasn't talking about the place. And he smiles and winks at her.
Joan is like, I literally just messaged Tom and I was like, I feel like I'm actually on like a first date. Like I'm genuinely like, oh my god, what do I say? Don't jeopardize this. Oh my god. Well, you are quite the charmer. Yeah.
No,
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, he just smiles at her and just says, "I understand. I've always been a city boy myself. I think this is probably the most nature and most in touch with the stars I've ever been."
Isn't it funny? If we could have swapped lives and been such different people.
Well, perhaps I would be a Monitor's chosen. What do you think? Pierre a farce? Grand Paladin of a Monitor?
I think it sounds very noble. Certainly.
Joan Rallyhorn, the roguish elf, singing music and songs throughout the realm.
Can you really imagine it? I have a voice like a cat in the bathtub.
Oh, so did Davy Millstone by your own.
Very true. Very true.
He was a warrior with a pen, not the voice. Also, I was having this conversation with Hannah the other day. I was like, if I get married to you, I'll have a double-barreled name, and my last name will be the same as Anya's. That's annoying.
I'm sorry, what's so bad about that?
It's just the same name. It's weird, because I'd be like Griffiths White.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Your girlfriend's Hannah White?
Yeah.
That's fucking...
That's the weirdest shit ever. What the fuck?
Is the weirdest shit ever.
You
How did
probably
we not
told us
know this
before.
before?
I think he has told us before.
I had no reason to really bring it up.
Yeah, that's amazing. Holy shit.
I'll take half of Lewis's girlfriend, half of Tom's girlfriend. I'll make my own girlfriend.
Isn't Anya literally mean Hannah in English? Like,
It's some language. Yeah, so all Hannahs.
Great.
We're weird, guys. I think we need to accept that.
yeah.
This is
It's all
basically a
because
cult
we
now,
liked
Hannah. What have we
Emily
done?
Browning.
No, Joan would just say, the whole monitor thing. I think originally it was just a way to have something of my own. the dreams of my parents were all for my brothers. Of course, daughters don't do much except sit and embroider and be pawns in the marriage game. So I think it was something I wanted for myself, and then I found what I needed in my worship of a monitor.
He nods and he says, well, I am quite thankful to a monitor. I have to say I've never said thanks to the blessing of a god, but he kind of looks up to the sky and just says, a monitor, if you could hear my small voice right now, Pierre, Rallyhorn is here. I know we've not spoken before, but I just wanted to say thanks, and that in this moment you brought the wonderful, and he sort of does like a little bow and kind of gesture towards Joan, the wonderful Miss Jonah Fass to here with me right now, so I may share this moment with her.
Joan would be giggling and doing that thing that you do when you kind of like someone, like where you like touch their arm a lot.
Yeah.
I think, like, as you're both looking at this monitor's belt, it might be like the middle one out of the three. Just seems ever so slightly brighter than the other two, but only for a second, and it's hard to tell that it even happened.
Oh yeah, a monitor for a wingman.
Yeah, and as like Pierre bows down and like Joan like sort of touching his arm like you said and giggling, he just sort of like gets back up and sort of laughs and then is gonna try and pull her in for a kiss.
I think she'd be hesitant at first, but then she'd go with it.
Hey,
No.
Mazel tov.
Oh, I genuinely was waiting for that, and I was like feeling like, oh my god, this is like, oh my god, this is so weird. It's like I'm on a date with Lewis.
They know Hannah felt.
Not Mazel
not for
Tov,
that fact,
because
it's just
that's
like,
Hannah's name, yeah.
Hey.
Hebrew.
Yeah.
I was like, I never thought that this would be my life.
At least it isn't a ginger blacksmith dwarf, right?
Oh, don't.
No, I love
Barley.
Balin. It's great,
It
but
was
he's
me
meant
going
for
on a date with
Davy.
Kieran.
Huh?
I finally got my romance back before it was taken away from me, Kieran.
Oh shit, yeah. I forgot about that.
Old crumpy boy.
Everyone forgets about my darling Crump.
Now Crump's like her guardian lover now.
Yeah,
With guardian. That's weird.
yeah, definitely not lover. That'd be weird as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With little baby Faye.
Definitely gonna play her one day.
Yeah. That'd be good.
Right. So after their kiss, what do they do then?
Yeah, guys, what do they do then?
I think Pierre, being the gentleman that he is, would at the end of the night would just see her to her room.
Yeah, I think Joan would suddenly be a bit shy. Oh my god.
And he
I
would
think as they come down to the corridor, you would see a diligence come out of her
I
room.
can just imagine this is open. And it's like she's just heard everything circle around.
Yeah, I really want that to be true.
It's like, no, I'm trying to study.
And diligence just comes out, glares at them for a second, and then just walks off to get some water. And she looks very dishevelled.
I thought you were like eavesdropping. I was imagining like that bit in Harry Potter where they've got the ears that can listen in, and she just like sent something up so she could listen.
No, no.
Why? She sent Chatterpie up so she could listen.
No, she's full in her, but she's in full study mode, and
Excellent.
she'd look very like page blind, where she comes out and her eyes are like kind of wider than they should be, and she just glares at you both and then walks off. Doesn't engage at all.
Pierre
No,
would,
now I'm imagining Will from The Inbetweeners.
Yep.
Or Claire from Derry Girls. It's not fucking going in.
Yeah, Pierre would just just take Joan to her door, and he would just say, "Well, I'm certainly glad I asked you to dinner now."
And she'd be like, yes, I'm glad you asked me too. Thank you very much. It was a lovely evening.
Likewise. Well, I'll see you in the morning for our mission to Guark.
Yes, I'm greatly looking forward to it.
Can't wait. Oh. Good night.
Good night, Monsieur Reddyhorn.
He kisses her on the cheek, and then goes to his room.
Oh.
No.
No, you should have got a commission with them together. Then it'd be cheap.
Oh my god,
Oh,
it's like
I want my-
barter.
I want a fucking commission of Chatterpie riding around on Blazer's back. That's my commission.
Oh
That's what I
my
want.
God, yes.
Or Blaze riding
With
around
Ember
on
and Diligence chasing after them. Like, no!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Do-
Chatterpie's like got the headband in his beak or something. They're making a fucking getaway. That'd be great.
There's,
Erin is going to be
with
so
the bird
happy
wall.
that Hannah ever found her because she's just going to get so many fucking commissions from us.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, is there anything else anyone wants to do before they go to bed?
Can I confirm that I have spent 6 hours describing the spell?
Yes.
Woohoo!
I think Joan would
Then
lay
nope.
awake looking at the ceiling for a while and thinking.
Imagine Pierre be doing the same.
The Ember's playing with Blaze before she goes to bed.
Okay. So you can all take a long rest,
Yay!
and when you wake up, you would be summoned back to the meeting hall with
Oh.
Rufra.
Why is it broken still, son?
What's broken?
Doesn't let me press the buttons to prepare and unprepare spells.
Try and do it for you if you want. See if it's a D&D
It's-
Beyond thing or...
Like, I can do it, but it doesn't... Like, I can press the button, but it doesn't switch. But then if I refresh the page, it has
No,
switched.
it's
So I have to, like, press one, refresh, press one,
That
refresh.
sounds like a D&D Beyond thing to me.
Yeah.
Maybe a browser thing? Let me
Maybe.
try and prepare one for you. What do you want to unprepare and prepare?
I mean, I just did it. So I've just, I don't know, unprepare, identify,
Let's unprepare that.
and prepare...
No, it's doing the exact same thing for me, Tom, so it's D&D Beyond.
Yeah, there you go. That's fine. Just do the old clickety-klooks. That's fine. Just wanted to prepare haste, baby.
Oh, I can't fucking wait till you haste me.
Gonna haste you so good.
Level
So-
up, and then we get haste. I get fucking 4 attacks with the dancing rapier. No, wait,
Yeah.
it'd be 5 attacks, because wouldn't it? Because it would be. Wait, did the attack action get
I
2
think-
extra, or is it just 1?
I think the hasted one is a single melee attack.
Okay, so you have 5.
I will check now, but yeah, I think. But yeah, sorry, Kieran. Diligence would go to the meeting.
No, 4.
Okay.
Only. Well,
Yeah, it says 1 weapon attack only.
still pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
Wait, did we level up?
No,
No.
definitely not. You haven't done anything. No,
We found the chosen of Mystra and we kissed. That's level up.
yeah, but, you know, only in
It
Well,
feels
my-
weird that I
but I'm
just
not that
kissed my
nice.
boyfriend's best friend with him watching, but there we are.
Where's my
Just-
dating simulator
Just
XP?
think, all 3 of us have girlfriends with the same name. If you boil it down,
Yeah, so really, we're always kissing each other's girlfriends.
that's what we're going to be doing at my
Oh.
house, just kissing each other the whole time to make up for it.
I was gonna say,
god!
say,
Yeah.
wait until next campaign when me and Tom have a romance. Then you'll be
Oh,
all good.
my God, I love
yeah.
And I'll be DMing. There'll be a guy's like, "Can I get in on this?" And like, yeah, sure, man.
Oh, yeah. Polyamorous. Oh, that'd be the fucking best.
Just
That
have a
actually
whole
sounds
group
great.
in a relationship.
Hey, man. That whole one shot was spent. Clearly, Jurek Blam's happening. Can't wait for that. That's going to be
I
good.
was pushing for that all of campaign 1. But
Yep.
That's what we have for next campaign. Just a quadrant all 4 characters are in this relationship.
Mackie Dahlia, Mackie Dahlia.
Oh yeah, I'm on the Malia train.
Mhm.
Yep.
So, Rupert would have called you back in just to be sure of all your plans.
Mm-hmm.
She'd be like, so, have you decided who you're going to take with you? You've obviously got your old friend, the Lecomte, and, well, I think you've already decided Rage are going with you. That just leaves the other most competent person in this whole camp, besides the commanders, of course, Mr. Dew.
I would be quite honoured if Dew on the Grass were to join us.
Oh, well, I guess so. I suppose he can help me fish.
We need someone to... Just think of it this way, Amber. If Dewey's there, you can do more fires, because you'll have someone to put them out.
Yes, that makes sense. But then he's always putting them out there.
Yes, but you
I
can...
want to watch the fires.
But then it's your responsibility to burn things even more, is it not? To make sure he can barely keep up with you. It's like a challenge.
Challenge, eh?
And just
These are
think,
all good points, Pierre. I'm going to set so many fires.
Just
He's
think
going to run out of water.
when we get to Guark, we can finally put on our show. And then, well, I don't think he's going to be able to keep up with your fires then, I can tell you that much.
No, probably not. I don't think he's got enough water in the world.
Yeah, Rupert's like, yes, you keep him busy, Miss Wins. Like, he needs as much practice he can get.
Joan, why does this feel like Ember's like unsub background story?
They don't know what unsub means, love.
No,
Yeah.
I know that was intended mostly for you. No,
Oh,
like
okay.
like serial killer background stories. So like why they've become a pyromaniac.
Alright.
I
Rupert's
just
like,
love the fires, and then the fires didn't stop.
if you're taking Mr. Dew with you, then I am remiss to allow Clodo to go with you. He is mostly useless around camp, and he seems to have his reasons he's out here. And who knows, they may be even useful to what we're trying to accomplish.
Maybe.
Kill me.
Wonderful.
Just going to Guark, or are we going further out?
Oh, you are the away team. I don't tell you where to go. I am expecting you to do what is best for the camp.
Well, I remember Scott saying something about going somewhere.
Of course, you can take Skoz in case of Clodo, as well, as long as the patrons at the little tavern we have set up here don't mind.
Oh, I don't know.
No, we should take Clodo, and hopefully he'll die like Rock Thucker.
And as you can see, and he gestures to Cat here at the back of the room. Miss Blanchard here has requested many times to visit Fortress Guark. I have denied it up to now, but seeing as you're all going, I think he can probably escort her. She has a mission of her own, which to me sounds interesting. I can't say interesting in a military matter, but more to do with the history of CORMYR.
Well,
Okay.
I suppose if we have time.
She informs me it is within Fortress Guark itself, so it shouldn't be too far from where you need to go. Have you ever heard of Jean-Claude Depuy-Depoint?
Can I do a history check?
Yeah, everyone do a history check.
Joan at this point is feeling probably quite hungover, doesn't really quite believe that like yesterday actually happened, and is also like, this bitch. No, I'm not
Yeah.
having
Diligence is watching Joan with a very smug smile on her face.
Oh. So,
Fucking Ember got a natural 20.
Ember, this is kind of
Ember's like,
something
oh, I'm a huge
know
fan.
a lot about, but I think it's probably because Dewey was telling you about it, and you were just like, please shut up. So, Jean-Claude Depew Dupont was a famous Cormyrian revolutionary who was last seen in Fortress Guark. His disappearance is a complete mystery. He went into the catacombs and was never seen again. His brother went in after him, and he came out only with a sword.
On guard!
It was a very short-lived Cormyrian republic, which was about 60 years ago.
Okay.
So it seems like Katia wants to investigate what happened to this guy.
The sword
Yeah.
was on guard, right, Kieran?
I'm not telling you.
It was on guard, I'm sure of it. I remember that fucking Pooley Pond
Yeah, their name definitely rang a bell for me as well.
Okay.
And I think at that point, Katia would go forward and she's like, they led Azun down there and he was never seen again. I just want to know what happened to him. And it isn't much out of your way, so... And it's the whole reason I came across this place, and if I can just accompany you, maybe there's something worthwhile down there.
Yeah, and Pierre nods and he says, perhaps. But as long as you don't go and get anyone killed now. We don't want to make this mission any longer than it has to be.
Of course, it's just the catacombs in Fortress Guarco. It'd be solving a whole riddle, anything down there, and I just really want to know his whole thought process behind everything. He was such a magnificent man. It'd be sad to lose his expertise if we could find anything.
Yeah.
Pierre is on board with the idea. Makes sense for her to come with us. It doesn't seem like it would take too long. I think it's not going to slow them down significantly, so...
Are these catacombs kind of small and tight spaces?
It's like, I have been there, but I have never been down to... Fortress Guark is very old. It was built about 600 years ago. I can't imagine they have anything too valuable down in the catacombs other than dungeons and...
Yeah.
It is...
Just because Hannah's thinking of that film. Lewis knows the film.
I do know. Pierre would just say, well, you know, sometimes there's truth to the stories. Perhaps if it's not going to... It's not like we're expected to travel a few days out of the way, we could always have a peek in the catacombs and see if there's anything of use in there.
Jean-Claude Depew Dupont was the greatest rapier master in the whole of CORMYR. If there's anything we could learn down there, he spent much time there in his his older age. There must be some reason he was there.
Well,
Well, if we're speaking about little detours, then I would also like to go to the lake.
Ruth looks like the lake. Tirac.
Yeah. I can't remember what it's called, but apparently it's near Guark.
What do you wish to find there, Miss Wind?
Well, what else do you find at a lake? Fish. And eels, snails.
Is this for your little friend? And he nods at Blaze.
No, this is for, I can't remember her name.
Rosiza.
Rosiza. And also for the camp, you know. I don't think anybody around here's eaten seafood for a while, right? Be
Well,
interesting to burn.
the Tirak isn't far from Fortress Guac. I would think it's fine as long as it doesn't take you too long.
I probably won't.
We've got 7 days, correct?
Until the supposed deadline you mentioned. I'll be keeping a close eye on Raidra.
I think as long as we make sure reinforcements are sent before that date, then I think we have plenty of time to use.
Who do you think would be the best person to watch over Mr. Baskier during this time?
Well, as keen as Mulin's eyes are, I think someone else more experienced should probably watch.
Lucille is pretty good at sticking to people, and I
Yes.
trust her.
I'll tell Miss Della Foss to watch out, and maybe someone more martial.
All right, I'll ask Mulin's, but don't
Perhaps
expect any
Emily?
good results.
Amelie.
Diligence is just talking over me.
Yeah,
on purpose.
don't blame her at all.
Yes, she does have a watchful eye. She has noticed several things during her time during watch. I'll have those two look out for her.
Excellent.
Well,
And she looks at Pierre and sticks her tongue out.
He sticks it out back and does like a face.
I hope you don't blame me too much for birding you with Clodo, but
Wait,
you
what?
never know.
Did I
He
pee
could
at
have-
the wrong time?
Yeah, he said if you're going with Dewey, then Clodo's going with you.
No!
Yep.
I peed at the wrong time. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Anya's
But,
going to conspire to get him killed, don't worry.
We're gonna rock thug castle in.
Rest
That's
it,
exactly what Anya said.
If you're going to-
big Monitor fan.
If you're going to Fortress Guac, make sure you rub elbows with the locals. They may be able to get you in with the higher ups. My own prestige might not be enough.
Well, I talked our way into a fortress obligation. I'm sure we'll have no problem getting in.
When you see Fortress Guac, Corporal Rallyhorn, you'd realise it's far larger and far more solid than Fortress Obligation.
We really got the shit end of the stick, didn't we?
I mean, when
Yes.
when you consider everyone else here, you're mostly unproven. Ember, as powerful as you are, as of Tabaxi, they don't know your potential. Miss Safas from Alaron, Miss Diligence, you're assigned here by your master. And Pierre, well, I'm sure the avant-garde could have done more for you if you weren't defending Miss Safas.
He just looks at him.
There's a reason we are the last light in the tower, in the line. You can probably see the second light on the way here. We are just a backup.
Who is
Right.
the commanding officer at Guac?
Commanding officer is
Darian Hunt.
Prin-
No.
Prince Ervil, the heir to the throne.
Oh.
He has court there. There are many people you might meet.
Do you think
Or-
it will be controversial to mention Raidra and what's going on here?
From what I know, the prince believes his daughter is in Suzail. It may not be the best avenue to approach. There are a few characters in Fortress Guark. If you can get in well with, you could probably get to the court.
Do you have a name or two?
There are a few. Hang on. Of course, Diligence, you may know Garandahast Evulavana, the head of your order. He is there.
Of course. That would be
This guy.
a great privilege to speak with him.
Oh fuck, let me have a look.
In fact, perhaps I should speak to him about, well,
No, that's
Mistra.
not it. Who was there? Oh, the Nables. CORMYR. Nables. There is. Oh, where the fuck did I put her? There is the head of the Order of the Green Knight, Adrienne Rowanmantle, who is the sister of the de jure head of Arabelle herself. She's the older sister. She opted not to be part of the nobility and gave up her inheritance, although that might be difficult. And there is the leader of the Order of the Companion from Eltergard, so that may be more difficult. They believe they're on a crusade to the Stonelands.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, so,
The Order of the Green Knights?
no, the Order of the Companion.
Oh, right.
So, can everyone roll a history check for the Order of the Companion? If you've heard of it.
I've heard of Alexander the
Oh,
Great's elite
fuck.
unit.
Holy shit.
You know, actually.
There's, right, so I'll just show you. The Order of Companions, known simply as Companions, were a paladin knighthood based in the theocratic realm of Eltergard in the Western Heartlands. So they're basically a bunch of Torm worshippers.
Let's go! Severus better be there.
Oh yeah, he totally is, isn't he? Our Conan companions, assemble!
And of course, there is the leader of Le Cement, Temple of Lathander at the moment. So you can roll to see if you know who Le Cementer?
The cement mixer.
Cement. Actually, Pierre knows because he's bashed him before.
Yeah, I was going to say. I know.
Diligence knows. So Le Cement are the Iron Oath.
Hey.
And their head is, he's like, there is a wise paladin and leader of their order who resides in the Temple of Lathander at the top of Fortress Guark, called Chainmaster Rigel Corbett. You may want to see him.
Oh, what a beard.
Yeah.
We
Finally came up this.
Yeah. Made that guy fucking ages ago.
He did.
Awesome.
he listens to the whispers of a dark god, eh?
Yep. He's fucked up.
I can't wait to hear how Kieran plays him.
I might play him, or I might give Lewis a paragraph how to play him.
Ooh.
Completely
Awesome.
disjointed.
I'm just imagining him like that fucking guy in Blackadder.
Which one?
Is it Bob's dad?
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
The guy that led me to tell my class I wanted to be a prostitute when I was 8.
So
Must
read
be
through
a
it.
prostitute.
So, with you all going, heavy emissions of Mr. Dew, Clodo, and Miss Blanchard. I'm sure you'll find much of what you need. Just be cordial to who you meet. You never know who has influence in Fortress Guark.
I can't wait. Let's get on the road, shall we? Oh, and make sure you put the Pierre Patrol to work.
I have heard of it. Yeah,
Well, I'm glad the news is spreading.
I believe it's affectionately known as the PP, but let's not get on that.
Yes, I don't want to see those two slacking.
Okay. So you're heading out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to remind you, you've got Katia with you, and you've got Clodo, and you've got Dewey.
They have their own horses.
The bot squad.
They would. Katia's and Clodo's would be a little Shetland pony, and
Of course it
Katia would
would.
have a normal horse. It's probably like 10 miles to Fortress Guark, so you're not really expecting to meet much on the way there because this is a very heavily patrolled area.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Cool.
what speed do you think you'd be going?
You know why I have such a strong mental image of Clodo being on like a little Vespa, and the Vespa doesn't make a
Jelly.
normal sound. Yeah, it makes like a sound out behind it as he goes along.
Just poops out
Sorry.
jelly like in Rocket League.
It's all right.
Yeah, exactly. Little trail. I think we'd go if we know it's a well
You know, it's-
guarded or well patrolled area, we'd go quite fast, I guess.
so
Right?
wait,
Yeah.
I'll show you the map. So if I show you the map, like all of these forts are in a direct line. See what I mean?
But we want to go to the lake first, right?
I think we want to go after to preserve the food, right?
Oh, that's probably a good idea, actually, yeah.
Yeah. Also, you don't know which side
Yeah, that's a good point.
it's on. It could be up here. It could be like up here,
Yeah, we'll go
or it could be there.
Yeah.
We'll go after. Yeah, let's go fast then. We might as well. Zoom. Before we go, Pierre is gonna go to Mullins and he's gonna say, "I have a gift for you, Commander Mullins of the PP."
Oh man, it's good to see you, man. I mean, I thought we could be called the PPP for, me, Titus, and you. It's 3 Ps, the 3 Ps, or the PPPs.
No, with the PP, no, the Pierre Patrol. But good idea. Keep them coming. I have a gift for you.
Alright, man, that sounds great. Like, did you find me something in the tower?
He kind of like leads him around the corner and he's like, "Mullins, meet Mullins." And he's got the horse with him.
He looks at the horse, he's like, man, it's got hooves and everything.
Yes, I know. Horses usually do, but he's quite impressive. And you share the same name.
I bet it's just coincidence, man. Like, how can such a magnificent horse have such a magnificent man to go with it?
Well,
You
precisely.
really- Yeah.
Well, yes. Well, he is yours now, and you are expected to look after him, make sure he gets fed well and well trained. And I expect to see you when I come back. I'm hoping you'll be quite the champion upon horseback, because with all the wrestling competitions, I thought we should enter you in the jousting.
Oh man, what I was thinking about the wrestling competition was, if you're going to Fortress Guark here, I've heard it around town, as around fort.
Oh yes.
Maybe you should have like inter-fort competition between all the wrestlers. Then we can get Amelie up there as well. maybe just ask around, yeah?
I shall aim to do so. In the meantime, focus on your training.
Oh man, he like pats Mullins. He's just like, fine horse for a fine man.
Yeah, and Pierre will do a little salute and then go off to join the rest of the group as they head out.
You can see Mullins is just like, oh, doesn't really know how to ride a horse.
Yeah.
As he
I
gets on it.
expect him to be a cavalier by the end of the campaign.
Alright. So, it's probably 10 miles to Guac, and if you're going fast?
Yeah, I think
I
so.
think so.
Let me just have a look here. So you probably get there in 2.5 hours. 11. And I will move you over to the gates of Fortress Quark.
Oh shit. We're at the big leagues now, boys.
Oh yeah,
Let's
you are.
fucking go.
Oh shit.
So,
Oh my god.
Fucking huge.
Yes, fucking massive.
yeah. So, as you come in with like 1 or 2, I mean, it's big. Don't do it by scale. But as you come into like 3 or 4 miles of this place, you can see this large stonework sitting on the landscape before you. It looks pretty like mighty. Like everything else you've seen in the Stonelands hasn't been very impressive. Like even the Mage's Tower wasn't like it was like well built, but it's still very squat, obviously. But this place seems to be made of multiple layers. It's got extravagant stonework that you need people with expert masonry skills to like build this sort of thing.
It's built on a swamp as well.
And as you start approaching the gates, you can see the men dressed in like on the top of the gates, dressed in fine like purple heraldry, which seems to symbolize the CORMYR army.
Yeah, I think we'd approach the gates and sort of Pierre would call out like, "Hail, good men of CORMYR!"
One of them would call down, it's like, you better turn back unless you've got your passport with you.
We do. Liana.
Yeah, Diligence holds it up.
You'd see a guy just like kind of, like they're looking at you like, oh, this rabble wouldn't be coming here unless they've actually got a passport. And he'd walk down. The gates would open before you, and you can see that it's done on like quite an intricate like chain pulley mechanism, which like, you haven't seen at Fort Champion. Like it's just a wooden gate which they manually open. So it might be more close to Arabelle, like where Pierre's from. But someone like Ember probably wouldn't have seen this sort of thing before.
Nope, definitely not. So,
So imagine this.
There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
None of it's flammable.
There's a lot of stuff. None of it's flammable. He'd look at your passport. He'd be like, you're from Fort Champion, yes?
That is correct.
That's correct. Authorized by Major Chevrolet.
Major Chevrolet, indeed. Right, yes. You're perfectly within your rights to go in, as you can see. And he, like, gestures towards this door bridge over here.
Thank you.
You may find your own way. We're not here to guide you.
I was hoping for a grand tour. How disappointed.
Well. Yeah. So,
Emma just watches in awe as they maneuver this gate
yeah.
in a weird mechanical way.
So you'd see, even as you walk through, like there's 2 walls guarding this place. as you enter the second gate, you'd see the land here is like almost lush in comparison to the rest of CORMYR. It's been like properly tended. They've raised grasses and flowers from this desolate land.
Mhm.
And I'll move you over to when you enter the church. And you put your tokens down here.
Oop.
God, who's with you?
Oh
Do it.
shit.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh
shit,
yeah,
dude.
baby, it's big. This is the bit I've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Sorry, where do you want us to put our tokens?
South middle, please, Anya.
Thank you.
Champion. Clodo's like, this place is nice, but what about the jelly?
Patience comes to those who wait, Mr. Clodo. I'm sure in time you'll be covered in jelly. You just need to meet the right man.
Or the right jelly.
I cannot tell if you're serious or not.
Yes.
What do you imagine's going to happen when you reach this cave, Mr. Clodo?
Well, I feel like I will be blessed by Gohondodo, the god of the jelly. By
I feel like
Devotion.
Clodo is Kieran's version of Casimir.
I'm sorry, I genuinely feel like I have to quit this fucking campaign because I cannot put up with Clodo.
Have you never heard of Gohondodo?
No. But please tell Dewey all about it.
Oh, I've told him many a time, Pierre.
I'm sure he would love to hear it again.
He's like, please, Pierre, no.
Oh, you do love
Have to go.
information, though, do you?
Joan would roll her eyes and be like, "Oh, come on, Clodo, tell me about the jelly cave and go on the whatever the name is."
I will after. Well, look how lavish this place is in front of us. Maybe you'll be able to think about jellies more in your time here. Get out and we can go, yes?
Pierre whispers in Joan's ear and just says, "Your bravery makes me like you even more." And then just keeps going.
And you'd see Joan just turn like the colour of those carpets.
Yeah, and he's just gonna he's speeding ahead. He's like almost taken Liana's like arm in tow, just like, "Come, Liana, let's get away from Clodo as quickly as we can," leaving Joan with him.
You hear from the background, Catty is like, "Oh, how lavish!" And
Well, nobody fucking asked you, Katia, did they? Sorry.
As you get to the entrance hall to Fortress Guark is exceedingly lavish. A white light reflects off the polished marble floors and walls, and an extravagant veneer on the ancient framework. Large mounted statues can be seen decorated in the colourful heraldry of the knightly orders occupying the castle. Purple, the purple dragon knights. Green, the green knights. And white, the holy order of the companion. Low stone tables are before them, illuminated by low burning candles and peppered with monetary offering. A large staircase leads up to a higher level.
Ooh. I guess
So you can see in this large room that these large statues are like of heroes of CORMYR, heroes of a knightly order. Anyone who's particularly perceptive would see that the two Green Knight statues, their helms are completely covered, hiding the identity of whoever's underneath.
Okay.
I think we probably make our way to the end of the hall, right?
Yeah. So as you're walking to your way towards this staircase, it's so empty and so cavernous. You can hear like your steps ring out against the marble framework, the stonework.
Mm.
See some interesting characters over to the left.
And as you get to the top of the stairs, I'll read out what you see. Where is it? What? So, as you look out here, huge statue of Helm dominates the next floor, surrounded by stone benches, a place for reflection and prayer. The atmosphere in the central area seems solemn and reverent. Many staircases lead down to... Well, you don't know what's down here yet.
Mm. Well, Ember would recognise a Tuckday,
Yeah?
so she'd be like, "Hey, Tuckday, I remember you. Do you remember me?"
Does she like go running over to him?
We should walk ahead, yeah. Probably not run though.
Yeah. Just out of interest, everyone would notice this woman here, who's the one who delivered the letters for Diligence and Pierre.
Recognised her.
Mm.
What would Otakte be doing there, Kieran? I'm trying to gauge how he'd respond to Ember.
Okay, so at this point, Kateri would be fully healed, and he'd be mostly watching over her as she's like using this communal prayer area to do reverence to their spirits or gods.
Yeah. He would turn and, as is Otakte's way, not particularly react much, but there would be a little smile on his face, and he'd say, but his voice was just super like deep. Just be like, Ember, it is good to see you.
Oh, it's good to see you. I didn't think I'd see you again, to be honest. There's so many people in the army.
How have you been?
I've been alright, look. She points to Blaze. I've got this little fire panda.
It is a wild animal.
Kind of. And you see he's just sleeping on her shoulder. Not looking particularly wild as such.
You've done well to tame it.
Yeah, I guess you could say tame him. Kind of. But hey, I got to use the poisons. Do you remember the poisons we found in that lady's house?
You poisoned someone.
Yeah, he was horrible though.
I trust your judgment, Ember.
Well, I mean, he kind of didn't fall for it in the end, but hey, it was an attempt.
Who have you been traveling with now?
She points to the rest of the group.
Dewey
Joe's still with us.
Yeah, he'd raise a hand to Dewey, do like a single wave. He'd see Joan and wave at Joan as well.
Yeah, Joan would wave back.
You still have your boar trophy?
Of course. He'd like, in the mess that is the tangle that is his armor, he'd pull out the pieces of tusk which he's used to like band the back of his armor.
They're not heavy to carry around.
Sometimes it's good to carry heavy things. Keeps you strong.
Yeah, I guess he kind of just weighs me down, you know? Because I can't run as fast sometimes.
We can't all summon fire out of nothing, Ember. He'd kind of smile at that and knock the edge of his halberd that he now carries.
That's true.
Trying to remind Ember that he can summon fire on the blade.
Well, you can summon fire on your blade. I remember.
Not from nothing, though. It takes blood.
Oh, okay. Fiery blood. I remember. You're going to teach me how to do it.
I was, but the Shroud Walker needed me.
You'd see
It's understandable.
Kateri at this point. She was kneeling before the like stone altar, and she's like, Ember,
Well, hello, Katia. I don't remember talking to you too much. I'm sorry about that.
no, I failed and I got too injured and I ended up here. I did not expect to be in a place of. And she's like, she gestures around stone and what's your people? Well, what's? And she gestures towards everyone else,
Yeah.
but not you. And she's like, what they call civilization. Me and the Red Wolf here have been trying to find our place.
Well, it's probably not here. It's kind of stony and cold and not great for fire.
They tell us of many things
Oh.
within nature that have been disrupted. They have assigned us that goal.
Is that why you're here?
I was here to heal, and Red Wolf was my guardian.
Oh.
But now I am healed. We'll probe the wild to seek what is unnatural. And she looks at Attack Day.
Sounds like a good mission to me.
There's a small glimmer of the hunts I wish to take on. This place is... It raises itself up above the soil. Doesn't feel right.
No, it's kind of cold on my feet, and you see us sort of tap her. She doesn't wear shoes, so she's just tapping her actual feet on the floor.
Eteri's like, do not think the walls around you.
Oh.
Any force of nature can break through. It just makes them feel more safe.
Yeah, you're probably right. I don't think it'd do much good against a fiery hailstorm of fire.
She kind of like nudges Attack Day. She's like, it's a shame we couldn't have spent longer with you, Ember. You have spirit.
Thank you. Is it fiery spirit? Is it fiery spirit like a phoenix?
It is spirit, whatever you want that to mean, Ember.
She looks at Blaze. I think she means phoenix spirit.
Whilst this is happening, Pierre is pulling on Diligence's thing and kind of pointing in this direction.
Diligence is trying and she's kind of looking at Joan for some sense of guidance. She's like trying to be all, reverent towards the big statue of Helm, and being like, how do I do the worshipiness? Joan, please help.
Liana, there's something you need to see.
So, yeah, I'll tell you when he's over there.
Yeah,
all right. Fine.
He's dragging her to...
I'm sorry, Helm. Respect to you.
And he just points right here and just says, look who it bloody is!
Yeah. So, Pierre, what you can see over there is Bobby, the muscular orc, seems to be arm wrestling with a very, very svelte and well-built woman, and they're arm wrestling on the table. Bobby looks like he's on his own, and they look like they're having quite a cordial time about it. You can see a few knights in there as well, dressed in green and obviously purple of CORMYR.
Pierre is... Sorry, go on.
Diligence would use minor conjuration to summon a little squishy leather ball filled with cushiony material and just hands it to Pierre and says, throw it at him.
Lining it up, and he's gonna he's gonna cast disguise self on him to make himself look like himself but younger.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna throw the little ball and then try and run up towards Bobby.
Okay. Do a ranged thing to see if you hit him.
Okay, I'll just throw this short bow. 13.
Yeah, and it looks like it's sailing wide at one point, and it's like really like "Arr!" in concentration against this like really burly woman. But as it hits him in the head, he's like ooh, and then you just see his arm get slammed down, and he looks over and he's like, "Who the fuck did that?" And he's like looks over, it's like, well, if it isn't Pierre and Diligence. And like walks towards you. He's like, Coralie, wait 1 minute. And like walks over to you in his little hat. He like readjusts it. Well, if it isn't my little man Pierre.
I've barely aged a day, Bobby. Can't you tell?
Well, it looks like the same age of loss for you, Pierre.
Well, that's because me and Liana, we've found a youth potion. Kept me young for the rest of my days.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that. You're always in with it, weren't you?
Well, exactly. We thought we'd find you here and thought you could try some of this youth potion yourself.
Well, hand it over if I want the youth, you.
Liana? He gestures to her.
She uses her minor conjuration to summon a little flask of foul-tasting water.
Takes it and he's like, yeah, it's pretty good, yeah, better Stavarabel.
And Pierre drops the disguise and is just like, there's no fooling you, Bobby. I'm master of deception. I can go with a heavy heart.
He just looks at you, Pierre, and he's like, how'd you get so old?
Well, you know, I suppose I just aged that moment in a blink of an eye before you knew it.
Sounds feasible. Looks at you.
How are you, Bobby? It's good to see you.
Well, it's nice to see you both, Diligence and Pierre. Well, it's nice to have the crew back together. But, well, me and Coralie, and he gestures over to Coralie. Well, I got here through crime. Not that I do any of it.
No, never, Bobby. You're a upstanding citizen.
Well, they caught me doing a job in Arabelle. And, they said you can either join the army or you can hang. So I was like, well, obviously I'll join the army.
Well, obviously. So I mean, hanging is just, it's an awful thing to happen.
And he gestures over to, like, Coralie again. He's like, well, yeah, me and Coralie are on a job together. And, she's a pretty good wrestler and all that. And, I said, we should both do it, otherwise we're both dead. And they were like, she was like, yeah. And I was like, yeah. So we're here. And it hasn't been too bad, actually. I mean, arm wrestling, having a few drinks, fought some goblins.
Bobby, stop. I know you've probably been around this place, used to putting on the old facade, but Bobby, me and Liana, Le Deux de la Roy, we need to know the real deets. What scam you running? I just need to know.
The thing is, Pierre, I was pretending to be an army in the officer when I he looks around like, and then things happened and we ended up. That's how it happened. And then the thing is, well.
Yes, but now you're here. Surely you've got a scam here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diligence would clear her throat quite loudly and like nod towards the table they're stood next to for Pierre's benefit.
Yeah, Pierre's gonna be like, let's talk somewhere else, more private.
Yeah. Well, I've got a scam going. But no one else is involved.
Well, go on. I have to know.
Well, it's nothing big, but
I feel like that's in the bit in the movie when the music kicks and it's like where what's his face in Ant-Man starts telling the story and
Yeah.
Louise. Well, it's
Points
nothing
over-
big, but ding, 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 ding.
Points over at Coralie, and he's like, "Thing is, she's the best wrestler in Arabelle, yeah."
Go on.
I was thinking maybe we could round a few people up, and we could get all the money, betting on her, yeah.
Well, seems like we've taken similar paths, Bobby.
Well, you know, great minds think alike, yeah.
Quite exactly. Exactly. Well, perhaps we'll have to sit down and properly discuss this over drinks later. What do you think?
Well, yeah, just give me a shout, and I'll be available.
It's
Did it?
Go on.
Diligence kind of edges round and slides up next to Bobby and says, "You'll be excited to hear, Bobby. Pierre has a new lady friend."
Oh yeah, another one, yeah.
Indeed.
Yes, well, you know, that's private, so
He's
yes.
ever so excited, Bobby.
Are we going to say that the master in your ship is tall, yeah, Pierre?
Diligence properly stifles a laugh.
Yeah, just sort of shakes his head and laughs and just says, "Oh, it feels good having you all back together." He kind of pats you both on the shoulder.
Okay. So to end the session up, I'm just going to tell you what this tavern looks like, and then we can go from there next time. So, the prayer hall leads down into a functional tavern. It has stout stone tables with cracked granite benches. The smell of aromatic herbs mixes with the smell of damp and strong ales. Grand Army soldiers mingle with the Green Knights as well as other mercenary members. A large ruddy Goliath. Here, Pierre.
Where? Well, I've zoomed in way too far. Oh yeah.
Who Pierre would 100% recognise
Remembers.
shit.
as the leader of your order.
Oh
The avant-garde.
shit, yeah.
Can be seen drinking alone. He is well armoured, and his face seems lined with concern. So Pierre would recognise him, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll end it there.
Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, boy.